Hello. Good afternoon, noon, and evening to some of you. Thank you for joining me, Sincere Saida, Illuminegro, Enlightened Minority. Please don't do this in my chat. Foot Soldier, grand afternoon, almost a grand sleeping time probably for you. Vibrant Law, thank you for joining me. Let's get us started on the news today. As you see, my title is about Lisa Cook. They are unable to fire Lisa Cook to give 45, 47 control of the feds as he wants so he can play with the interest rate numbers due to this failing economy. We're going to talk about that. Okay, but what I want to share with you first is let me share with you this. Okay, so if you're not aware, there is a lot of uh, there are a lot of war crimes going on all around the world, and it appears that the United States is are doing some of them and also are complicit. And so, um, see, this is the top news of the day. That other stuff, we're gonna get to that as well. We're gonna get to the Charlie Kirk of it all and the newscasters all over television acting as if he is some Saudi royal prince or some senator or congressman, all while negating what he was putting out here to the vast majority of young college students who were clinging to his rhetoric. Okay, so we're going to talk about all of that. But I want to share some important things and let us know that, hey, it's not just the United States that is going through things. But the thing that is peculiar about the United States, they want to otherize other people, be it based on their race, their gender, or whatever bias they have about someone else that makes them feel comfortable and make them feel like they're one above. Uh, the longer the United States continue to uh, fake the funk like this weakening economy, these high food prices are not affecting them, the longer it's going to continue to go on. So I want to share something with you about people rising up against governments that are taking money from them and enriching themselves as their children sit up and show off luxury items. Whose children could we look at? Let's look at 45, 47's sons who are billionaires now since he has been in office this second time. See, I need the United States to quit faking the funk because this economy is has no jobs for you, have not produced any jobs. I need people to pay attention to the real job numbers and the real jobs that are out here. I also need you to pay attention to this administration had what is that dude's name? I did the story last week. Who's over Chat GPT? Altman, sitting at the table, talking about he has created a AI that will connect you, will certify you in your job, and will choose a job for you. Even where are they testing this out? They're testing it out at Walmart. So understand that pretty soon, even if you're not don't have a college degree, even if you're working some menial work, you're going to have to be certified for AI from AI. And companies are going to have to buy in for this AI certification. So you're going to have to need a certification to work a job that you could have usually have walked up to and got a job. It's all obsolete. Everything about you is going to be dependent upon AI until AI gets all the prompts and information and learn from your the way you think and how you can think outside of a box that has not been programmed into AI's algorithm until you program it into AI's algorithm, and then they give you the boot because they're going to say AI can do the job better. I need people to pay attention and not be distracted. So I want to I just want to show you this if you're unaware of it. My purpose here today is to give you information, and I hope if you get some information, please help me meet my goals, because those are my goals. So let's check this out. Nepal has massive left-wing revolution. Go over to Secular Talk and give let me give him a like. Give Kyle a like, a click, and a view, and you may want to subscribe because see, the mass media wants to talk about someone. We'll get into it. I'll show you his behaviors. You decide what his behaviors and his talk has been. They want to talk about him all day, but not talk about him at all today. We're going to talk about him. So while everybody is pretending to be independent, wealthy, that is only going to prolong your suffering. So let's see what's going on in Nepal.
And it's not pretty. It's not. Things are going south, and they're going south fast. Because we discussed it the other day. We had, what was it? I think in the Philippines, there were riots because you had all this money that was allocated towards stopping the flooding, which happens there all the time, by the way. And like billions of dollars were spent, but basically like politicians and contractors ended up stealing like 80% or 90% of the funds that were supposed to go to these seawalls and stuff to stop the flooding. And so the public is just revolting over that, over the corruption. So we covered that the other day, but there's also stuff going on in Indonesia. We touched on it the other day, and now it's Nepal. So in Nepal, bro, I don't want to be hyperbolic here, but low-key, it sort of looks like you got a left-wing revolution happening as we speak. There's a left-wing revolution in the streets. So I got a couple clips here. Let me walk you through it. But it's getting wild because we've had, like, their parliament was set on fire. You have some politicians were stripped naked and pushed into a river. Now, I think the dude is ultimately okay, but this is the sort of stuff that we're seeing now. So let's watch some of this here.
A Gen Z revolution just unfolded in Nepal. 19 people were killed, dozens injured after the Himalayan nation saw its biggest youth uprising in years. On September 8, thousands of young protesters broke police barricades in Kathmandu. They marched from Maitighar Mandala to Parliament. Many were in school uniforms. The immediate trigger was a sweeping social media ban.
Oh, they done fucked up. You know you done fucked up, right? You know you done fucked up.
Oh, so they did a social media ban. But I want you to trip off of why they did the social media ban. You really need to understand. See, our government knows what to do to and for our young people. They're not going to take away. Look, TikTok was supposed to have been taken away January 1st, and TikTok is still around. See, our government knows how to keep our youth heads empty. empty unless they are filling them up on I'm better than every other person who is not like me-ism. They will keep your head empty. They will legalize marijuana in every state to keep you high. That's what our government will give you. So they took away social media, and what was being shown on social media that they were trying to hide, you're gonna find out. All the things on social media that they were trying to hide, and then they realized, oh, we really messed up. But we were just trying to hide our dirty deeds of how we got all of this money for infrastructure to shore up our nation from flooding, and then our nation flooded. And we have our children, our Nepo babies, much like all of these Nepo babies from 45, 47 children to Steve Witkoff, son, Steve Witkoff, who is his ambassador, who was supposed to alert the Qatar about Benjamin Netanyahu striking them, who didn't. His son is also into this crypto looting of the treasury as well. So now, instead of shoring up their nations against floods, they had massive floodings where people lost everything. Kind of like you will lose everything. There will be no FEMA. What's left of FEMA? Kind of like if you say something that any company, any organization needs to divest from Israel, your government has told you your whole state will lose FEMA funding. I need people to quit getting high. I need people to quit getting drunk. I need people to stop entertaining bullshit. I need people to entertain things that are going on right now that is going to adversely affect you and how you live your lives.
Right. You can't fuck people over economically and make it so they have zero future and zero hope and zero ability to climb the economic ladder and then also ban social media. How do these people not understand this? Hey, if you're going to fuck everybody's life up and give them zero economic opportunity, you have to at least give them some treats. So this was the prime minister. This guy had to step down. By the way, not a coincidence. He looks ancient, right?
September 4, Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli's government had blocked 26 social media apps.
Oh, my sweet summer child. I could have told you this was going to lead to a revolution, man. By the way, I know in the West and in the US in particular, we're pretty fucking cucked, right? There's a whole we're very individualistic. We don't do community action that much. And so most of the time, the government fucks us over. People, oh, all right, and then they move on. Damn, they even banned YouTube, dog. They banned Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and 23. That probably includes TikTok, Instagram. Oh, of course there was going to be a revolution.
Instagram, WhatsApp, YouTube, and TikTok. The official reason? Failure to register with the Ministry of Communications. Oli defended the move as protecting national dignity.
Now, they're going to get to the real reason why they banned it in a second. The real reason why they banned it is the Nepo babies of the politicians who are basically robbing the country blind. They start showing off their Gucci bags and their luxury cars and their designer clothes. And so you had the regular people in these countries, working people, seeing the kids of politicians bragging about their immense wealth. And that's what led to a lot of instability because people were like, fuck this. We're not fucking taking this. These people are robbing us blind. And so in response to that, the government said, just ban the social media apps. Rookie ass move, bro.
But protesters saw censorship. They said the ban was meant to silence campaigns that exposed elite privilege. That privilege was at the heart of the outrage. The term Nepo Kid has become movement's rallying cry. Nepo for nepotism. Placards read, the leader's children returned from abroad with Gucci bags, the people's children in coffins. A sharp reference to Nepali youth forced to migrate for work, some even dying as mercenaries in the Russia-Ukraine war.
Ooh.
Unemployment among young Nepalis aged 15 to 29 is 19.2%, and many families survive on remittances, which make up 33% of Nepal's GDP. Videos on TikTok and Reddit went viral. They showed elite kids flaunting designer clothes and foreign stays. These clips were contrasted with ordinary Nepalis struggling to make ends meet. One Reddit post read, "Children of elite politicians know where their luxury comes from. Taxpayers like you and me." Another read, "Our taxes, their luxury. We pay, you flex." The anger targeted families of Prime Minister Oli and former Prime Ministers Sher Bahadur Duba and Pushpa Kamal Dahal, better known as Prachanda. It is ironic. Prachanda once led a Maoist insurgency that toppled King Gyanendra Shah in 2008. Now his own family is branded part of the elite Nepo class. Sociologist Dipesh Ghimire told ICT magazine that Gen Z has reframed corruption. Older generations focused on asset probes and nationalization. This generation is comparing leaders' children's Instagram lifestyles with the daily grind of ordinary citizens. He called it a creative and powerful punch against the system.
I would be remiss if we are not aware of the fact that in the United States, it is much harder for people, even with college degrees, to get jobs, much less move out of their parents' homes. Now, we still see people living with their parents, being ignorant, drinking their livers away, and talking about what weed they're buying. We still see our American, some of our American youth. Now, this is something that always tripped me out, even in my era when I could get a job without a college degree and get my own place. How some people, even when it was possible, didn't bother to take care of themselves. But now that it's made impossible by a large measure, now the abnormal has become normal, and people are normalizing it and bragging about who they are and what they are and all of this, when they're absolutely nobodies who have no chance of thriving in this economy. But they're not worried about that at all, because they've normalized abnormal behaviors.
As protests escalated, the Nepalese army was deployed across Kathmandu. A curfew was imposed, police used water cannons, tear gas, and even live fire. The Kathmandu Post confirmed at least 19 deaths.
Damn.
The movement was branded the final revolution.
Damn.
It was leaderless, but it kept swelling. Kathmandu's Mayor Balayan Shah and celebrities like Madan Krishna Shrestha and Haribansh Acharya voiced support. Some even
interesting. The mayor was like, "Oh, I'm with the protesters, bro. Don't come for me, dog. I'm with you, I swear." You had celebrities saying that too. That's crazy.
donated to the cause. Managing director of ride-hailing app Pathao, Ashim Mansingh Basniar, told Republica newspaper that this is not hate, this is accountability. People will expose you. One ex-user described the government as a classic case of toxic parenting. The protests became a mix of anger against corruption, nepotism, inequality, and social media blackout.
Bro, is Nepal straight up having a Marxist revolution right now, dog? Nepal might be having a Marxist revolution right now, dog. Whoa.
Oli insisted the ban was about sovereignty, but protesters said it shielded corruption. And the Gen Z of Nepal has triumphed. Oli's government has revoked the ban. And this shows how the Nepo kid trigger cracked open deeper discontent, setting Nepal's young generation against the country's entrenched elites.
Wow. All right, I got another one. They're burning down. Bro, like the government buildings in Nepal are straight up burning right now.
Engulfed in smoke as the Nepalese parliament burned, anti-corruption demonstrators celebrated. They succeeded in forcing Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli to resign Tuesday, along with two of his cabinet ministers. To our now former Prime Minister, I must say that the resignation from your post is not enough, says this student protester. Clashes between mostly young demonstrators and police continued even after the government lifted its ban on social media.
Oh, wait a second. Hold up. So the protests, at least in part, worked. There were so many people out there. They were burning down so much shit.
Um, let me say my part on this. So we know that Project 2025 have set a course where 45, 47 can put our military in the streets for protest. You see what these people are protesting? The rich taking away all of the wealth. We know that the wealth inequality between rich has damn near totally wiped out a middle class in the United States. So instead of make course correcting, what are they doing? They're price gouging via tariffs, via tax. They are actually price gouging the poor and the working class. Now there's a middle class, no working class. They are doing this to you instead of making correcting and making America a better place to live for everybody. Your tax dollars are going into everything that they are giving away, every missile that they are sending to Israel. All of this is your tax money, and all they got for you is higher prices. So why do you think that they put the military in the streets? Because they have nothing for you. They have nothing but pain coming for the American people. And like I said, you may not want to protest this ICE shit, but there's going to come a day when there is something that you're going to want to protest against. And they already know it because they already have all of the uber rich hands in the pot, getting even richer off of you. They've already given away all of your data, all of your information to these spy companies, that Palantir, all of your information to help improve these AIs that are going to take over your jobs. Let's be clear. Okay. So let me get to, you guys can hear his commentary. I don't really want to play Kyle's commentary. I just want to play the uprising. The link is in my description box.
Right? That's the thing people won't tell you, but it looks like the riots fucking worked. At least for one of their demands.
Want an end to what they say is a corrupt government rife with nepotism and unwilling.
The one demand that it worked on, they reinstated all of the internet. We will continue to pacify you. We went too far. We will pacify you with things that will numb your brain. But all the other stuff, we gonna keep this money.
To address a failing economy. At least 22 people have been killed and hundreds injured. Nepal's army accuses protesters of taking advantage of the crisis by looting and setting fires. But ignoring an indefinite curfew, protests intensified.
People are just furious.
Nirnaya Bata witnessed the anger on the streets firsthand. He says the social media ban lit the fuse.
I think the need now is, utter sincerity, from the state, from the government, and anybody who actually is at the helm of, running the country.
Nepal became a democratic republic in 2008. In the process, thousands died as political groups fought the monarchy, the police, military, and each other for control. Nepal's Army Chief of Staff noted the bloodshed past and present as he called for unity, asking demonstrators to cancel future actions and engage in talks. Crystal Gamansing, CBC News, London.
So now...
Okay, so why do you think the media is not covering this? That's Regina Myers. That is on my list, but that is not the overwhelming important thing that does not affect my life and why it is being carried as something that is going to affect yours. The bigger effect that he had on your life is the stuff that he spewed out of his mouth and was gaining the support of young college kids. You know, those young college kids that were debating in that Jubilee debate, mind washing young college kids. Why is that important? Because these young college kids vote. I'm gonna get to it. I definitely have it scheduled, and let's get into it right now. This is the thoughts and prayers segment of the show. Let's offer up some thoughts and prayers. Isn't that what our government does? Isn't that what our government does? Thoughts and prayers. So let's get into this. Now, he always goes to college. Now, let's not forget that he has a organization called Turning Points USA, and Turning Points USA has grown into a large supporting of young people who are following behind Charlie Kirk, to the point that J.D. Vance was one of the speakers at Turning Points USA this year, as was Laura Ingraham. He is attracting big names because he is bringing a lot of people over to right-wing politics. So so he has a thing where he goes out to different college campuses, and he wants to engage with people who don't agree with them. But when these people start making any type of point, he cuts them off and goes in with his rhetoric, in my opinion. But so he was at one of these events in Utah. He sits under a little tent, and the college students get to walk up to a mic and ask him something. Now, the college student first asked him, how many trans mass shooters are they? And his answer was too many. And that was his answer, too many. There were actually two. So I guess he means two. One is too many. Two is too many, or just too many. No, a non-answer. A non-answer. So he didn't give the person a chance to debate the fact that most of the mass shooters are white males. So he tried to snatch that away from him. But then he said, well, how many other mass shooters do you know of? And you know what he said to him? He said, is that including gang members? See, we understand what gang shootings are, and we understand what mass shootings are. So in his attempt, in my opinion, to not speak about the real issue that was brought to him, he said including gang shootings. And then what happened? Something strange happened. Pow pow, pow pow. Now I find it ironic that someone who I find it ironic. Gang shootings was his last public words. I find this ironic. Let's check this out. Oh wait a minute, I gotta reboot it.
An angle of when the shooting happened. We're not going to show the actual moment of impact, if you will, when the bullet hits Charlie Kirk, but we can actually hear it. I want to ask our control room and our director if we can play that. I want to get your thoughts on the other end. Let's play it now.
Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
So we stopped it there. You can hear the crowd, the audience.
Now, this did not show the shooting. I am aware that many outlets, especially on Elon Musk free speech platform, it was circulated and then removed. So that's all I can tell you about that. But let me see what you guys are saying. Nothing. Hey, Regina M. Thank you for being here. Okay. The link is pinned if anyone wants to come up and talk about anything that I am covering. Now, so does everyone know who Charlie Kirk is or was? Are you guys familiar with Charlie Kirk? Is all I want to know. So, if you're not familiar with Charlie Kirk, let me familiarize you with who Charlie Kirk was.
Without going through basically a demilitarized zone. But you could go into a local Long Beach elementary school, and we decide to not protect. It is very difficult to purchase an AK-47. You're probably talking about an AR-15. That's probably what you're talking about, which is not an AK-47. We do have those background checks in a lot of states. I do have to ask, do you feel safe in California walking the streets at night in Los Angeles as a woman?
It depends which area.
How about right near the downtown convention center?
Not necessarily, no.
So remember, our goal is a safe society. So just stricter gun laws does not always equal a safer society. That's just number one.
Yeah,
And
that's what I said. That's why I said that. I know that mental health is a big issue.
Huge.
But for instance, I have a 10-year-old little sister, and every day my parents stress about sending her to school for what could happen to her. So
it's a real question. Let me ask you, does that school have an armed guard?
You notice she didn't ask a question. She made a statement. He interrupted her to insert his propaganda. Notice she did not ask a question. He said, "That's a good question." She said, I'm sometimes worried about my sister going to school. That's a good question. No question was there. It's propaganda time.
I'm not entirely
That's
sure.
why you're stressing.
That's a fair point.
Why do we protect our banks, our airports, and our sports stadiums with people with guns, but not our schools?
I think that's a fair point, and that.
And I'm not discounting, the background check thing, but it's incredible moral perversion. You can't get in a Dodger Stadium without seeing 50 cop cars and people with guns everywhere. You can't go to LAX without going through basically a demilitarized zone. But you could go into a local Long Beach elementary school, and we decide to not protect our kids. So we protect our airplanes and our sports teams, but we don't protect our own children. And so you care about protecting children. I think that we should basically lock down these schools. People say, oh, I don't want our schools to be militarized. Well, then you don't want to protect our kids? You don't think you want your money to be protected at your bank? You want the payday lender to be protected, but you don't want your own children to be protected. So that's my number one.
No, actually, I want the payday lender to be abolished. I don't want a payday lender to be protected at all. I think that is legal. Or what did they call that back in the day? Loan sharking. Why would I want them to be protected? But you see, the thing about it is he doesn't believe what he's saying himself. He is at a school. He was at a school today. He was at a college today. He wants to give lip service to checking book bags and all of this stuff. It's not enough. Well, obviously he didn't have metal detectors where he was, but it's okay to say that this is the solution. And do you think that this is the solution, that he thinks that it's okay for everyone, or does intercity? I don't know what he thought. I don't know what he thought, but common sense tells you that this is not the rationale that they give to their people. they give thoughts and prayers, but the metal detectors is absolute. You should automatically understand that the certain people needs metal detectors in their schools. But he didn't believe that. If he believed that, wouldn't he have had them at his events? If he really believed that, let me continue.
One solution, all that, and then I would end on to it. Listen, a lot of mental health problems. I have a different view. I think gun ownership is a right, not a privilege, and I don't think the government should get in the way of our right to be able to own firearms.
So what do you think that do you think that the government should get involved in like adding armed guards to schools, or why
Yes.
isn't this more talked about? Because I feel like
in other states it is. Gavin Newsom would refuse to do this, of course. But in other states, after big school shootings, they have police officers parked outside. And in fact, school resource officers with guns have shown to prevent school shootings, limit school shootings, or even intervene before the school shooting happens. And
Okay, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about the what is it? I forget the name of it. Park something high school shooting that happened in Florida, where they had a armed school resource officer that did not enter where he heard the shooting at until backup came. I think it was 15 or 20 years later. Let's talk about the Uvalde school shooting. They had FBI, ATF, and regular cop sheriffs from all around, and they did not enter. They had high powered weapons, and they did not enter the school. I'm telling you. So he goes out to all of these young people who believe that he is the second coming, because he cuts off everyone when they try to make a valid point for rhetoric. All of this is rhetoric. So he was in Utah today. He was at a college campus today. So all of his rhetoric applies to who exactly? I'm just curious.
And it's going to show that these awful tragedies go from maybe 1 or 2 students dying, which is horrific, which it could have been 30 or 40 students dying, right? And so, again, at the fundamental core of it, which is your astute observation, almost every single case of these school shootings, there are some exceptions, they get the guns from their parents. It's also these kids that are in a very, very dark and troubled place. And almost always, there's warning, there's troubling signs, there are issues ahead of time that are ignored. It is very difficult to purchase an AK-47. You're probably talking about an AR.
Okay, so let me see if you guys have any comments on this. Let me go back. I'm so sick of these ignorant airheads that never can back up their pointless thoughts because all they do is follow without thought. I'm familiar with him and his hated rhetoric and his support of weapons. Yes, unfortunately. Okay, so let's see. While the media is sitting up here acting like he's the second coming of Christ or some political figure. Let's see what he has been attracting. Let's see what he has been saying that has been attracting so many young voters on the Republican side. He's definitely not inspiring any progressive or Democrat votes. Do you even wonder when he came on the scene? And do you notice that these right-wing pundits, such as him, Nick Fuentes, at one point, Candace Owens, Benny Johnson, have you noticed how they have had so much money behind the making of them? The money flows into them and their messages to do exactly what they have succeeded in, bringing over influential young minds into a type of thinking. And so it would be good if the Democrats had some support behind their YouTubers. Now, there is a big thing going on about one of the left wing Brian Tyler Cohen. He is someone who I show you, and who is the other one? Another YouTuber that I get information from. Now, there is a big to do about them starting a media type of company about progressive issues, and someone is saying to put it together that they wanted to pay them up to $8,000 or something like that. In the meantime, Benny Johnson was collecting allegedly over $100,000, between $100,000 and $300,000 per video to mimic Israel's talking points. But it ain't no big to do behind that. So for the left wing of media to have some money and support to reach more people, that it's a problem. And and who's making it a problem? A left wing media. These are the people who are up in arms about it. But it's not like anybody pays attention to the news now anyway, unless it's some big money behind it, or unless it's some bullshit. Okay, so I shared that with you. So let me share this with you. I just want to make sure you know who Charlie Kirk is. If you have not been introduced to him, let me
love
give you an
content
introduction.
where I have to put very little effort into it. This person says, what has Charlie Kirk said that is racist? I don't even have to tell you. All I got to do is roll the footage.
Black Americans are about 13 to 14% of the population.
Yes,
About
I know
half
this.
of all prisoners are black.
Exactly.
So blacks commit more crimes than whites do. They commit more murders, they commit more arsons, they commit more kidnappings. For example, blacks are 13% of the population and they commit 58% of all the murders.
Okay, let's talk about it. These are obviously racist claims, but I will respond to them as if Charlie Kirk were a reasonable person.
Black Americans are about 13 to 14% of the population.
Yes, I
About
know
half
this.
of all prisoners are black.
Wrong. Just 38% of America's prison population is black. That's according to the U.S. government. But it makes you wonder why Charlie feels the need to add an additional 12% to the black prison population. Could it be because his bigoted talking points only work if he exaggerates? If Charlie were actually looking for the race that makes up half the prison population in the U.S., he'd look no further than white people at 57%.
So blacks commit more crimes than whites do.
Wrong. The word "so" is doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence.
So blacks commit more crimes.
He's saying "so" as in therefore, as in one could conclude, but Charlie knows he's lying. Even if he hadn't just lied about the black prison population, Charlie is smart enough to know that correlation does not equal causation, but he's hoping that you don't know that. So he deploys the word "so" to make you think he's coming to an obvious conclusion.
So blacks
Instead, he's making an illogical, racist leap. Charlie knows that we don't have usable data about who commits crimes. It's impossible to have that data since so many crimes go both unreported and or unsolved. Charlie knows that.
Okay, so there's that. But let's look at what else is ignored in black crime data that they like to spew out at you. You all know what it is. You may not be able to put your finger on it, but once he put your finger on it, you're going to be, you goddamn right. You goddamn right. What about those statistics that are never taken away from these talking points that people have you to believe that blacks have committed all of this crime? Let's talk about it.
we only have data about arrests and convictions. I'll come back to that data in a moment. What's painfully obvious is that Charlie Kirk isn't interested in understanding the statistics he so carelessly misquotes. He's interested in making bad faith arguments, something that becomes even more obvious in his next point.
Blacks are 13% of the population and they commit 58% of all the murders.
Wrong again. And loud this time. If Charlie were interested in honesty, he would have mentioned the other 1350 statistic. Yes, black people are about 13% of the population, but make up 53% of all criminal exonerations. In fact, black people make up 55% of all murder exonerations. Specific, black people are more likely than any other group in this country to be convicted of crimes they did not commit. And then people like you have the nerve to parade these stats around as though they prove something. The reality is that you probably know these stats, but you leave them out on purpose, because to bring that stat into this conversation would make some people think. And that's the last thing a person like you wants.
Black Americans, about 13 to 14% of the population.
Yes,
About half of all prisoners are black.
Exactly.
So blacks commit more crimes than whites do. They commit more murders, they commit more arsons, they commit more kidnappings. For example, blacks are 13% of the population and they commit 58% of all the murders.
Okay, let's talk about it. These are obviously racist.
Sorry, obviously that video looped around one more time. And then, of course,
I thought that video looped around. And let me see. I think there's one more little bit. Yes, there's this other little tidbit. Let's go. Have a good day. Is the name of this. I actually have this, but I'll show it in the YouTube form. I hear that they are demonetizing people who show different forms like IG and TikTok, and I don't want that to happen. I'm just reporting the news. There's also this little tidbit on have a good day. Have a good day indeed.
Okay, everybody, a lot of people are going to be saying Happy Juneteenth. It should not be a federal holiday, and I'm on my way to work. Have a good day.
He's on his way to work. Who's in the back seat? Are you carpool, Charlie Kirk? You are you telling me that you're carpooling? It looks like you're on your way to a beach, a party, or something like that. A Cobb salad event. It doesn't look like you're on your way to work. It looks like you just went live to say that Juneteenth, the day that represents when all slaves were understood that they were free, and they made a holiday of it. It seems like you're actually trying to make a point that that is an unimportant day. Who's in the back seat? Let's see this again. Let's see all of this again. I'm sorry. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, a lot of people are going to be saying Happy Juneteenth.
Oh, it's two people in the back.
It should not be a federal holiday, and I'm on my way to work. Have a good day.
why shouldn't it be a federal holiday? You don't want to celebrate freedom? You don't want to acknowledge our own past mistakes? What's the reason why? Are you opposed to freedom? Are you anti-freedom? Charlie Kirk has said a lot of racist shit because Charlie Kirk is a racist bucket of shit.
Okay. I wanted to share that with you. Just a little information that you may not...
I'm joined now by Adam Klasfeld from All Rise News. Adam, the whole country has been watching this Epstein scandal.
You may not know that is... I know a lot of you may not be familiar with him. 4547 and his regime wants to erase all proven facts and data. They want to erase statistical information and create their own for the delusional propaganda agendas. You are exactly right. So while you watch this for-profit media talk about all the good things about Charlie Kirk without enunciating any of his greatness, I'm just letting you know who he presenting himself as publicly. This is nothing to do with me. This is everything to do with him. Okay, let me share. Let me share. Maybe I think I have one more. You guys decide for yourself. Here we go. Let's talk about. Let's hear Charlie Kirk dismantle the myth of systematic racism. Let's go here.
Be respectful, guys. He can do what he wants.
So this is the type of event that he was having today. He sits under a tent. He has a microphone, and you can come up and converse with him. Let's see what he's talking about.
Oh, can I start now? Oh, nice to meet you, Charlie. I'm a big fan. I think you're a very beautiful man. I admire you physically, but no homo. I did have a question. Something I don't find very interesting about you, something I find kind of repulsive, is that I believe you said that the Civil Rights Act was bad and that we shouldn't have that.
Okay. Well,
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't like you as much as Charlie, though.
First of all, what's your name?
Sorry. I don't want to be like filmed and stuff.
Too late.
I'm anonymous, number one. Anonymous guy.
Okay. Well, hello. Nice to meet you, anonymous guy.
Thank you. Nice to meet you too.
Yeah. I believe in part of the essence of the Civil Rights Act went way too far, way too wide.
Oh, how did it go too far?
Well, for example, it created an entire civil rights leviathan that gave us affirmative action.
Civil rights leviathan? What do you mean?
Yeah, so if you can let me finish
Oh,
three
yeah,
words
oh,
in.
sorry.
It allowed the Department of Justice to go after people that have different skin color, aka white people, and prevent them from getting jobs in college admissions.
You have a job.
I'm sorry?
You have a job.
No, you're right, I do. Right, but just until Trump came around, until the Supreme Court decision, thanks to the Civil Rights Act, if you have white skin color, it's much harder to get into a college than if someone has black skin color. Much harder. You have to get higher test scores.
Okay. What is there to say about this? What is there to say about this? Okay. So this is who has taken the hearts and minds of young college voters and has been visited his Turning Points USA summer spring break was visited by none other than your vice president. And you said you heard him say until 45-47 came in and gutted the Civil Rights Act. This is what they want you to believe, that the white man was suffering under the Civil Rights Act. The white man couldn't get a break because all you had to do was look around the United States and see who sat in the highest offices in corporations and understood that black people were not allowing white people to get ahead. All you had to do is look at any bank, any corporation, look at any place that you visited and see that white people were out here bad. They had white people out here bad, child. Let me continue. I'm not going to interrupt anymore, maybe.
It's a much harder pool, largely thanks to the precedent set by the Civil Rights Act, not to mention all the trans stuff that we're seeing. We're seeing men be able to win trophies and medals from women across the country, and they use the Civil Rights Act to justify it.
Okay, I think I see where you're coming from. So you think that it's harder for white people because black people they could have lower tech scores and get them? Because
It's not what I think. It's the fact.
That's what you're saying. Okay. All right. Well, I guess what I would say too. I think
he said that was a fact. Let's go ahead.
Perhaps you're familiar with the term equity, right? Where different people have different circumstances.
It's
which
Marxism.
leads them to different outcomes.
I reject
okay.
framing.
Well, whether you reject it or not, I think
he rejects equity. Equity is a bad thing. It's a bad thing unless it's inequity. I think if equity is a bad thing, well, is he saying that inequity is the good thing? It appears to be to me. Now, look at the look at the look on his face. He's mad. He's angry.
It's a prescient concept in this argument, because what you have to understand is that when you're, for example, you're born in like a black neighborhood, you're born in like O Block or something, like a very like a. Oh, you don't know what O Block is? Oh, well, if you're born there, if you're born in a very poor area like that, with like very low economic opportunity, very poor schools with very low ratings, where the average test score is much lower, when you're in that environment, you have the whole system up against you, right? So when you say in that kind of circumstance, when you're facing the whole, I guess, leviathan of systemic racism,
So-
would you say that's sorry, let me just finish. When you say it's fair to, for example, lower the standard because knowing that their circumstances were like that, perhaps based on what they had, what was presented to them, they had the correct amount of merit to get into a school.
Okay, so are you a student here? I'm guessing you are.
Oh, yeah, I'm a student here.
Are you a pretty good student?
Oh, yeah, I would say I'm a good student. I have a pretty high GPA.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you give your GPA to her because she's a woman of color, please?
Oh, well, you want me to give you a... Well, I mean, I can.
Would you be willing to do that?
Yeah, sure.
You'd be good. You cool with that?
Yeah,
So,
I'm fine. Wait, you mean
I
like,
want you.
like tell her or like
no,
give it to her?
by force.
Like
So
we're swapping it.
no,
Oh, he asked him, you're a student here, right? Are you a good student? So he said yes, he was. So can you give your a GPA to her because she's a woman of color? But what in his mind think that this, first of all, woman, and second of all, woman of color doesn't already have a higher GPA point average than this white kid who he's saying that he would be giving mercy to give a black woman of color his GPA. See, now, I didn't say this. That's what he said. He automatically assumed that black woman's GPA is lower than this white man. By ignoring that black women have more advanced degrees than any other race or ethnicity in the United States. But this is what he wants us to go on.
Let me tell you what I'm going to do. By force, white man.
Okay, yeah.
I'm going to take your GPA. I'm going to give it to a woman of color.
Okay.
You're cool with that?
I mean, yeah, I can just work back up. Like,
there's no working
hey,
back
bro,
up.
I can pull myself up by my bootstraps.
No, there's no working back up.
What do you mean you can't work back up? That's the whole point of conservatism, isn't it?
I'm going to keep on taking it from you because that's equity.
I really like this guy. He said that's the whole a premise of conservatism. I can pull myself up by my bootstrap. And what Charlie Kirk said is also indicative of conservatism. No, you cannot pull yourself up by your bootstraps because I'm going to keep it as equity, and that is really explaining all of this rhetoric that they put out when they talk about you should pull yourself up by the bootstrap. They don't want you to pull yourself up by your bootstrap. They're going to prevent you from pulling yourself up by your bootstraps. This was a very interesting exchange because how whenever I choose to put you in the hole, I am keeping you in the hole. I am not allowing you to do better for yourself. I'm going to put obstacles in your way you're bouncing around and thinking that you can pull. No, you can't. And this is the conservative mindset that he's attracting young voters. See, he's doing them a favor because if you capture the young mind, you have decades to remain in power. That's why, in my opinion, they love him so much. Let's continue.
And you're cool with that?
What? But that's not
this is equity in practice.
Equity isn't taking. Equity is applying the equal standard.
If you give, how do you get? You must take, and then you give.
Wait, what do you mean?
That which is given must first be taken.
Well, what's being taken?
Well, in this case, grades from you to grades to her.
No one's taking my grades though. That's not what affirmative action is.
Hold on a second.
No one takes your grades.
Hold on a second. If you only have so many, you only have so many positions at University of South Florida to come in, right? There's a set number. Let's say it's 20,000 people, okay? And we're gonna say we're gonna lower the test standards so that somebody that's a woman of color can come in, and therefore it's harder for you. So it's a higher bar for you, lower bar for them. Definitionally, that's a redistribution of test scores to somebody else, just by the definition. And you're okay with that?
Well, I guess I would ask then, if we were to do what you're doing, I guess that's what's happening under Trump, right?
Well, no, it's actually been happening the last 40 years.
Okay, actually, yeah, whatever. Okay, so when you say that, if you do that, then, well, black people aren't going to get into school, and then they won't be able to uplift themselves, they won't be able to have prosperous families, they won't be able to, equalize the economic status, because you need to give them
And do you not think that he don't already understand? Do you not think that is not already the point? Do you not think that why he is reveling in the clawback of affirmative action in the first place? Do you not think that he does not know that black women are the most educated people in the United States? Yeah, that's the point. I like this back and forth.
a little jump start. You know what? You have a car, right?
How is that? How is that? Well, no, now I know who you are.
No. It's good.
Well, no, how has that worked the last 40 years? We've had robust affirmative action.
No.
We've had hiring practices. Has it made Black America more successful?
I can answer that easily. It's because sorry. It's because sorry. What am I going for?
I don't know.
You're a funny guy. So what happened is, even after the Civil Rights Act, you know what I believe the term is massive resistance. It was a movement in after the Brown versus Board of Education in Virginia, where essentially the legislature, which was still white supremacist, which is still extremely racist, they decided that no, we're going to do everything that feasibly possible within our means to stop black people from going to white schools. You even see this in I believe it was the Little Rock Nine, right? Even after it was legalized at the state level, white supremacist mobs still mobilized to prevent it. So even if it de facto it's gone, de jure it still exists.
Let me ask you a very simple question.
Yeah.
A term you keep on throwing around.
Got you.
What is racism?
What is racism? Ooh, that's a very complicated question. But
no, it's not.
I mean, there's a simple answer, and then there's the highly theoretical answer.
Give me the simple.
The simple answer will essentially be because we have like different skin colors, that he's treated a different way than me. He has like a different upbringing than me.
No. But what is racism in practice?
It's discrimination.
Based on the color of the skin.
Based on the color of the skin, yeah.
Got it. Thank you. So isn't it racist then to penalize white people to come into college or to get jobs based on the color of their skin?
Well, no.
Wouldn't that be racist? So you're arguing for a very racist policy, which is that we should actively discriminate against people based on the color of their skin, which is affirmative action in DEI in practice.
I just disagree with the premise that you can do like anti-white racism because
Wait, can you be racist against white people?
No, bro, I'm a cracker, bro. What the No, you can't be racist towards white. Bro, there's so many crackers here, bro. There's your clip, bro. There's your clip.
Oh, so now he's going to pretend that there is a racism against white people. White people who owns all of the power structure in the United States. And see, now you have seen that this type of foolishness has caught on in the United States to the extent that 45-47 had white Afrikaners migrate over to the United States when at a time when he was doing mass deportations based upon some imaginary white racism that was not in fact going on in South Africa. And you have so many people are calling black people racist. And this is why they want to erase history. Hey, soul sister. It be your own people. It be your own people. He believed that systematic racism was a myth. Isn't it's just interesting that 47 seems to say the same to anything that is proven factual. Fake news. Fake news. Isn't it a wonder why they always are taking, why they want history, especially African American history, eliminated? Okay. Let me continue this. I think it's just a little more.
Well, what are you gonna do political violence to me, bro? Like, why are you saying that to me? You're making me scared. Okay.
So let me tell you what we believe, because you tell us what you believe.
Okay.
Your worldview is indistinguishable from the KKK. That you want to organize the world based on skin color. We want to organize.
Well, what are you gonna do? Clip. Well, what are you gonna do political violence to me, bro? Like, why are you saying that to me? You're making me scared.
Oh, you guys didn't hear what I said. I had my mic off. I'm sorry. Oh, you notice that when he asked this question, he was uninterested. He didn't say, hey, hey, you guys calm down. When he said something about what are you going to do, commit political violence on me, he sat there uninterested. Now, what do they say about chickens coming home to roost? See, he had no problem with this person saying, hey, this is getting a little rambunctious. What are you guys going to do? And he sat there okay with it. He didn't say, he didn't try to quell the crowd, not one bit. When it seemed like someone who was opposing his viewpoints out loud said, hey, wait a minute, what is this? Let's revisit that one more time, because I want you guys to notice this.
No, bro, I'm a cracker, bro. What the No, you can't be racist towards my... Bro, there's so many crackers here, bro. There's your clip, bro, there's your clip. Well, what are you gonna do political violence to me, bro? Like, why are you saying that to me? You're making me scared. Okay.
So let me tell you what we believe, because you tell us what you believe.
Okay.
Your worldview is indistinguishable from the KKK. That you want to organize the world based on skin color. We want to organize the world based on merit and character, based on how hard you work, what you bring to the table. I believe it's destructive and wrong to say that people are going to be organized or have their future set based on the color of their skin. I think it's tribalistic, I think it is divisive, and I think it hurts the excellence of a country. You asked a question, well, how are we going to help other communities? You know how you help other communities? Stop pandering to them and start treating them like individuals made in the image of God, not tribes to be organized for political purposes.
Okay, so do you think, like, when Trump is now he's president, now that racism is gone now because Trump is back and we're no longer pandering, right? Do you think that the conditions of black people, of like, do you think O Block is going to become like a much nicer place? Do you think that these very downturned sort of black neighborhoods that have been sort of left behind, do you think they're going to become revitalized now? Is that what you think is going to happen?
Yeah, they'll do better for sure.
Do you think they're going to do better? Now that we've stopped helping them, they're going to do better.
Well, see, that's an interesting thing.
Because that seems like contradictory to me, just on basic logic.
Well, actually, black Americans under Donald Trump in the first term saw the greatest economic renaissance that they saw since the 1950s.
You don't think that's due
highest
to
wage
Obama,
increases, lowest unemployment, revitalization.
There was no renaissance for blacks in the 1950s. The renaissance came when we protested in the 60s, and then start getting jobs in union jobs and federal jobs. That's when the renaissance came for the black people. So this is why your history is very important. There was no renaissance for black people in the fucking 50s.
Amazing investment in their communities, opportunity zones.
But that's when we had affirmative action. So wouldn't that be bad?
Well, again, we actually got rid of affirmative action now.
But
It's
that was
better.
now, but I'm talking about before.
Those are
before.
unrelated things, though, just to be
you think
perfectly clear.
they don't seem unrelated to me.
Well, affirmative action
policies
is
addressing racism. They
affirmative action is, again.
So I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you.
No, you are. That's okay.
I'm sorry.
Affirmative action is largely federal government hiring practices and the adjacent institutions. I think that all communities will do even better when we stop living under the soft bigotry of low expectations. Inherent in your argument is that we have to pander to certain communities based on the color of their skin because they can't do as well as white people. I reject the premise. I think that we should try to say, I don't care about the color of your skin. I care about what you bring to the table. And stop pandering to people based on special criteria, points, and acceptance to college, saying that we're going to make it easier for one group and harder for another group.
I don't think it's pandering, though. I think it's understanding.
Okay, but let me.
Do you think that circumstances and working based on that?
Do you think that we should have black-only dormitories in America?
No, why would I want that?
Okay, well, there's hundreds of schools that have those actually.
What do you mean black only? Like they're not. White people are not allowed in.
No,
at
white
all.
people are not allowed.
White people, yeah, that's why I said white people are not allowed in.
Correct. We have black-only graduation ceremonies across the country.
Well, those are from well, I believe those are most likely like HBCUs, right?
No,
like
the University of Michigan has one,
has an
Yale
all-black
has
dormitory?
one, Harvard has one. So we're agreeing that that is wrong. That is the furthest extension of hyper race obsession. So you could choose one or the other. You can be race obsessed or merit obsessed. We as conservatives decide to be merit obsessed, to build a country.
Yes, Melissa, I have played a couple of clips from him. Thank you for being here. Hey, So Bomb, I appreciate you being here. So this is somebody who is talking about they are merit obsessed. But we have Pete Hegseth as the Defense Secretary. Oh, wait a minute. It's been changed. The War Secretary. And this is someone who's talking about merit. When they have gone through the military and fired so many black four-star generals and have not been even able to say a reason why they have fired these generals. Talking about they want a armed force of people who are there for their merits. Now, these people have been in the military for their lifetime, have all of these accolades to their service to their country, and have been fired by somebody who doesn't even know how to make do an operation without alerting a whole fucking reporter of the Atlantic, giving them a heads up to this strike. Now he's talking about merit. Look at this cabinets of clowns that 4547 has in office. This is not merit. These are people who will follow the orders that are dictated in Project 2025. But see, the media is not talking about what he talks about. They're blowing smoke in the air like the Pope just passed away. So
based on how hard you work and what you're able to deliver.
And you hear all the yelling. You hear all the yelling and screaming and in the background, like he really said something. A white fragility. I am so sick and tired of it. Let me share one more. I think I have one more. Bear with me. I just you guys can look for yourselves and go check it out. Oh, I would be remiss if I did not play this one. Oh shit. Let's play this one. Melissa, come close. Come close, Melissa. You would really
let's look at something completely different
like
now.
to hear this.
This clip was sent to me by about a dozen of you. Yesterday, in another attack on DEI programs, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and in an attack on wokeness, etc., right-wing organizer, I guess I would call him, Charlie Kirk, said that when he gets on an airplane and he sees a black pilot, folks, he says he sees a black pilot, he's worried about whether the pilot is actually qualified. Now, this comes after Charlie Kirk questioned the worth of Martin Luther King Day. Let's take a listen to it and then let's discuss.
And that's why I think this United story and the DEI story hits so hard, because we've all been in the back of a plane when the turbulence hits or when you're flying through a storm and you're like, I'm so glad I saw the guy with the right stuff and the square jaw get into the cockpit before we took off. And I feel better now thinking about that.
No, I mean, like, you want to go thought crime? Like, I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
Well, that's the you wouldn't have done that. You wouldn't have. You wouldn't have done that before.
That's not an immediate.
No, you wouldn't have done that before.
That's not who I am. That's not what I believe.
It is the reality.
Actually, it is who you are, and actually, you said that is exactly what you believe. You're gonna wonder if he's qualified just by looking at the color of his skin. Now, why is it? Why is it that we are trying to no, we ain't trying to do shit. Why is the media trying to talk about this person and all in all of his greatness? His greatness was he was able to bring a lot of young minds to the Republican Party and play dumb and tell them lies and rewrite history to make it seem like there is so much white suffrage out here. That's why. And your for-profit media, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I was so glad when it was time for my husband to go to work. He didn't even know who Charlie Kirk was in either. So in between the little all day, every program, the whole program is talking about Charlie Kirk, while they're not talking about how this economy is failing. And Charlie Kirk is the main one of the reasons why 45-47 was elected, because you have so many brain dead, even college students following his rhetoric because it soothes their little egos. You know, all of these young, emotional motherfuckers out here who can't go nowhere without their mama, daddy going to their job interviews with them, up until having to have support dogs go with them to college. All of these motherfuckers whose emotions need to be soothed. Okay, there's Charlie Kirk. Okay, so let me see. Is that all? Yeah, that's all. That's all I have on Charlie Kirk. You guys have any questions? The link is pinned if you want to come up. Hey, Sandy. Right, I saw his name going up and down my social media timeline today by our white counterparts. Like, he is a martyr. Miss me with that. Okay, so that's the, what do they say? Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers. Melissa, you're gonna have to go back a little bit. I played a couple of more of his own words about gun violence in school and all of this type of stuff. So go back and check out this clip now. Speaking of school shootings. School shootings, while you are getting a wall-to-wall coverage about this, about Charlie Kirk, as if he was the Pope. Did you guys hear about this mass shooting in Colorado? Did anybody bother to break in and talk about what's going on? In Colorado, there was a mass shooting. At least three students shot in a Colorado school shooting. Let's check this out.
3 students were shot by another student at Evergreen High School in the Denver area.
Hold on.
The sheriff's office says the suspect was also wounded. All 3 are.
I have that on double time. It said that they are all in critical condition. Did anybody bother to tell you about because we care about the kids. Who was that who care? What is his name? What you call him? What is his name? Oh my God. Trina's cousin, Trick Daddy, care about the kids.
And we're, of course, following more breaking news. There was another school shooting today. At least 3 students were shot by another student at Evergreen High School in the Denver area. The sheriff's office says the suspect was also wounded. All 3 are in critical condition. That shooting was first reported just after 1:30 this afternoon, our time. A campus lockdown has been lifted. We'll be sure to keep following this and bring you any new information as soon as it becomes available.
And all of a sudden there was just this pounding on our front door. And I mean, I could tell by the pounding that something bad had happened. I figured maybe there was an accident out on the road in front of here. But when I opened the door, there was about 7 young men, and they were screaming, "There's a shooter up at the school. There's a shooter up at the school. Let us in, please." And I said, yeah, get in here quick. So there was about 15 boys and 3 girls. And I just told them to stay here where they're safe, and until we figured out what was going on. My wife has been a nurse of over 30 years. We're both retired, living up here in Evergreen. So her skills came in handy. She was able to calm these kids down, treat them for shock. We gave them some glasses of water. We comforted them. I had 25 years teaching teenagers too in public school. So I was familiar with lockdown drills and things like that. So, yeah, I hope they feel like they ran to the right house.
Okay, nothing on that. We care about the kids. So, let's move on. Do not be fooled. Most people do not have any empathy for Charlie Kirk. It's unfortunate. However, some would want people to believe he was such a wonderful patriot. Okay, so now the information was held until 47 could give the notice personally. I don't know if it's on this link. Let's try this link, the Midas touch, and so you will notice that that is who announced his passing. Let me see if 47's statements about his death appears here. I think it looks.
We can now confirm that Charlie Kirk has been pronounced.
Hold on. I have it on double time. 1 second, please.
Dead. He's the founder of Turning Points USA. He was shot in the neck. He was assassinated at an event where he was speaking in Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. As of this moment, too, there is no suspect in custody. They originally arrested.
Okay, yeah, the suspect. They had a video out where they had a older white man on his knees giving him commands to put his hands behind his back. Not an older white man. Not sprawn out on the ground with police on his back and knees in his neck and punching him and saying, "Give me your hands," as they are laying on their hands and calling taser, taser, taser. None of that. There was none of that in this lily white community. But come to find out, that was not the suspect. If you had heard that a white older age gentleman was under arrest, he was not the suspect. New York Times now saying the person they took into custody is not the shooter. The police have determined that a person who was taken into custody after the shooting was not actually the shooter, according to Scott Turner, a university spokesman. The university had earlier said a suspect was in custody, and videos online showed an older man being detained by police. Yes, I saw.
Arrested someone who turned out not to actually be the suspect. So as of this recording, the suspect is at large. Charlie Kirk has died at the age of 30.
So, I wonder what Benny Johnson and Nick Fuentes are surrounding themselves around with. Benny Johnson, who says the most vile things about black people. Nick Fuentes, who says the most vile rhetoric about white people, women, everything. Nick Fuentes, who I showed you, who was rejoicing after the election, saying, women, we own your body. We own your body. I own your body. And Project 2025 really is a thing. And you guys are so stupid not to believe that we're going all in on Project 2025. I wonder, now these are the other big right wing podcasters. I played clips from Benny Johnson a couple of maybe last week before last. I played Nick Fuentes. I wonder, are they more emboldened? I wonder if our administration is going to give them a secret service protection. Secret service is free because they've taken it away from John Bolton, Kamala Harris. They've taken a secret service protection away from many people. So I wonder if maybe they got a couple of Secret Service agents that they can dole out.
31 speaking at this event. He was shot in the neck. It was a single shot fired from an area kind of adjacent to where he was speaking. He was speaking outside in like a quad area, and the shooter seemed to be 100 to 200 yards away. And again, the shooter has not been brought into custody. There's an area called the Losi Center. I think we have a photo of it here, the Losi Center, and it seemed to be the vantage point from the Losi Center downwards is where the shooting took place. I'm not going to play the video, of course, of the shooting. It's been spreading on social media, and it is absolutely horrific. I want to share some of the statements from certain people. And I do want to say, though, as someone who strongly disagrees with Charlie Kirk on just about everything, I want to make it very clear, the Midas Touch position, that we condemn in the strongest possible terms political violence. This is not the way ever to resolve our differences. And even where it is someone like Charlie.
And you notice when Charlie Kirk was having that conversation with that young man, when that young man said something, hey, am I going to get attacked about political violence? Charlie Kirk said nothing. Nothing.
Kirk, who again, I disagree so much with. This is not the answer. Violence is not the answer. And my heart, our hearts at the Midas Touch Network go out to Charlie Kirk's family, his wife, his kids, his extended family, people who knew him. It's a tragic event indeed. I'll show you right here. This was immediately after the shooting. You can see people running through Utah Valley University. I'll show you this clip right here. Let's play it. And here was the moment where it was announced that he was confirmed dead on Real America's Voices. That's a right-wing network, as Just the News reported Charlie Kirk had died at the age of 31. Here was the moment that was reported. Let's play this clip.
John Solomon's reporting on Just the News that he's passed. Yes, is this what I'm hearing? Yes, can I get here? Yes. Wow, right here, at this moment, guys. Let's go around the horn, Gina. You continue on the horrendous news that Charlie Kirk has passed.
Well, my prayers are for Erica, for her children, for his family. This is beyond devastating, Eric. I've known Charlie, as I said, since he was a child, running around, coming to conservative events.
Earlier in the day as he was rushed to the hospital. We'll play this clip for you as well.
Hey, stop, folks. Stop.
And you have Glenn Beck, right-wing commentator. His daughter was actually in the tent area where Charlie Kirk was speaking. In this event, Charlie Kirk does. He asks people to, challenge him on ideas. And he was actually speaking about gun violence and things like that when this took place. You have Glenn Beck here. This was before Charlie Kirk was pronounced dead. Glenn Beck's daughter was at that tent area where you had the students kind of congregating around the tent where Charlie Kirk would speak, and students would come up and then they would, debate with him. Here's what Glenn Beck had to say. Let's play this clip.
I just read your tweet to the audience. Are you hearing that from people who are in a position to know that Charlie is that he's alive and that he's in critical?
I am. I spoke to somebody in a position who knows, who said he has a pulse. So that's good news. Good news. I have to tell you, Nate, my daughter was at the tent. She's 19 years old.
Oh, God.
And she's on her way home now.
We're getting statements in from a lot of people. Democratic Congress member Ro Khanna says the following: the shooting of Charlie Kirk at a university is chilling and horrific. Political violence has no place in America. We all must reflect on how we can tone down the anger and hate that has poisoned our politics and be better citizens in a divided and aching nation. California Governor Gavin Newsom writes, the attack on Charlie Kirk is disgusting, vile, and reprehensible in the United States of America. We must reject political violence in every form. Congressmember Jamie Raskin says, condemning another absolutely disgraceful act of gun violence. My thoughts and prayers are with Charlie Kirk and his family in this terrible moment, and we are all grateful for first responders who immediately jumped into action. We must categorically reject all violence in our society. Utah's Governor Cox writes, I'm being...
Okay, so there you have it. Anybody... Hey, Lena, when you try to dig a grave for someone else, you really are digging one for yourself. God doesn't like ugly. He could have pissed someone off last night who just happened to have guns. Let me see. Oh, Social Bomb is saying they have someone in custody now that they are questioning. I didn't know that. I knew that they had taken that older gentleman into custody. Then they yeah, I did see the unedited video. This could be a person that is not political. The shooter has not been apprehended in the shooting death as of yet. That's what I heard. Now, Social Bomb is saying something else. Let me refresh my YouTube page that I keep open, and No, I don't see anything as of late. Uh, oh, so let's get on with some shit that is really going to affect you and how you live your life as this economy takes a dive. So I did the Evergreen shooting. Now, I talked to you yesterday. I played the press conference where Caroline Levitt was all over the place with that announcement that Israel has struck Qatar. Now, none of that made sense in real time, as I was telling you, listening to her saying that they found out and they went and they warned he had Steve Witkoff warn Qatar and as if the about the about the impending strikes, as in they have not struck them, but they are about to strike you. Then come to find out, 4547 comes out later and said he didn't make it there on time. And so there was no phone, there was no email. This country just gave you a whole 747 free jet. You had no way to contact them. You put it in the hands of Steve Witkoff, someone who has never worked in under any administration. So that's what they wanted us to believe. And then 4547 came out and said, oh, wait a minute, Steve didn't get there on time. And then it was but I guaranteed them that they will never be struck on their soil again. And now they're wondering if 4547 even knew himself. I don't know which way to call that, but let's hear what the media, their media, of course, our media is too busy talking about Charlie Kirk, and we could quite possibly be looking at war. So here we go. Fearing consequences, 4547 extraordinary reaction on Netanyahu Doha attack. Now, let's hear a little bit of this.
On the Israeli barbarism aimed at Qatar, which also happens to be an important ally of the US and the UK. First, Donald Trump has performed a spectacular U-turn on his statement that he made through his White House press secretary yesterday. Effectively, he now admits that he had lied to the world yesterday when he said that he had instructed Steve Witkoff to alert Qatar in advance about the impending attack. And another shocking revelation is the suspected involvement of the UK RAF jet in refueling the Israeli planes that were engaged in the illegal attack on Qatar. Now let's look at these two developments in detail. Remember how this horrible woman from the White House reacted yesterday when a reporter asked her to comment on the Israeli military transgression against a sovereign country? She said that Trump was informed about the attack in advance, and he had then asked Steve Witkoff to inform Qatar about the impending attack.
President Trump immediately directed Special Envoy Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did.
She used the word impending, which means an action that was about to happen and hadn't taken place. But the advisor to the Qatari Prime Minister was quick to call out the lies propagated by the White House, as reported by this channel. Soon, Qatari Prime Minister Mohammed bin Abdulrahman bin Jassim Al Thani too spoke to media and bluntly said the US was lying.
The attack happened at 3:46. The first call we had from an American official was at 3:56, which is 10 minutes after the attack. And after that, President Trump has spoken with His Highness the Emir. He condemned the attack.
Realizing that this could land the US in all sorts of mess, given that it has the largest military base in Qatar, Trump went on his social media platform Truth Social to admit for the first time that Witkoff had informed the Qatari government, but he was too late to stop the attack. His words, not mine. This was almost 4 hours after the White House woman had claimed that Witkoff had informed Qatar well in advance about the attack. Trump then wrote that this unfortunate incident could serve as an opportunity for peace. If you ever wanted to see an evidence of Trump's stupidity, this sentence was a shining example. He thinks people are fools, so he can convince them with his nonsensical logic that Israeli war crime and violation of international law was an opportunity for peace. But when this too was beginning to backfire,
And I also said that how in the world could this be an opportunity for peace when that is what they were there negotiating in Qatar with Israel for Israel and Pakistan, and Israel decide to strike them in a sovereign nation who's trying to already broker peace. Now, we're not going to forget that Netanyahu is the one who have set these parameters up, and when he's going to get into all of the things that Hamas had agreed to, and then Netanyahu was the one who started striking again, who started eliminating humanitarian aid to Gaza, and striking again, and changing the parameters of what a ceasefire would mean. And Hamas had agreed to all of the ceasefire agreements. The last ceasefire agreement was around 2 weeks ago, where Hamas had agreed, they said, to 98% of what was in the agreement. I thought it was the whole agreement. 98% of what was in the agreement. And Israel did not respond. Had no response other than to announce his final solution and the plans to build on their land. That was his response. So let me let him talk to you a little bit more about that.
Trump spoke to media on camera to add a new line that he was very unhappy with the Israeli action. This was the first time he used words like not thrilled about the situation and not a good situation. Up until now, his White House woman was sounding like it was business as usual.
Well, I'm not thrilled. I'm not thrilled about it. I don't have to do that. I'm not thrilled about the whole situation. It's not a good situation. But I will say this, we want the hostages back, but we are not thrilled about the way that went down today. I'm never surprised by anything, especially when it comes to the Middle East. I'll be giving a full statement tomorrow, but I would tell you this, I was very unhappy about it, very unhappy about every aspect.
It's now up to Qatar to decide how it wants to react against the US. Given its past slavery and lack of self-respect, it's highly unlikely that it will have the courage to do anything meaningful. What's the point of having such wealth, high rises, and having one of the most powerful global media brands in Al Jazeera if you get treated like a stray dog by Israel and its Western backers? Hope Qatar realizes that Trump and other Western politicians are never to be trusted. You trust them at your own peril. Trump said yesterday that Qatar will never be bombed again. And moments later, Israeli ambassador to the US appeared on Fox News to say that Israel will bomb Qatar again. Now you don't have to be a rocket scientist to decide who has the real power between Trump and Israel.
Did you get the targets you were seeking?
If we didn't get them this time, we'll get them the next time.
Elsewhere, it's being widely reported that not just the US, but even the UK was suspected to be helping Israel in carrying out the Israeli bombing of Qatar. This is what the Canary News website reported. British academic Ashok Kumar tweeted this flight movement data to ask why was a RAF refueling plane circling Qatar at the time of the Israeli attack. And then watch this video.
Are we going to pretend like We didn't. I didn't tell you how the United States, prior to the Iranian strike, were doing maneuvers with Israeli jets, and the United States said, "Oh, we were just teaching them how to refuel in the air," while Israel was saying that they were doing far more than being shown how to refuel in air. They were actually talking about striking Iran. But hey, why anybody listen to Ronicky when she don't know politics? But let's continue.
Keir Starmer, why was an RAF refueling plane circling Qatar at the time of the Israeli attack? It was an Airbus KC-3 Voyager, serial number ZZ334. What was it doing there? Did it refuel the Israeli fighter jets to carry out this attack? And if so, this is really serious because Qatar is officially an ally of the UK, defensively, culturally, and in many other ways. So surely, if you are assisting another power in attacking one of our allies, does this mean that the UK government is on a war footing? Why are there Chinooks flying across London? Are our embassies closing? So many questions. Trump gave a nod to this attack before it happened. Did you know about it? Well, evidently you did, because you sent a refueling plane. What's happening? Are you taking this country to war?
The UK government has not responded to the allegations of its involvement in the Israeli military transgressions on Qatar. But if you pay attention to the statements made by both Keir Starmer and his Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper, you will see they have condemned Israel for violating Qatar's sovereignty, but not violating international law by attacking a sovereign country and a Western ally.
Last night, a Downing Street spokesperson said that the Prime Minister has reiterated his condemnation of the strike by Israel and Doha, and that Israel's actions represent a flagrant violation of Qatar's sovereignty and risks fueling further escalation when the focus should be ending the devastating cycle of violence in the region.
And to make it absolutely clear on where he stands, Starmer is now meeting Israeli war criminal Isaac Herzog later today. This war criminal Herzog had justified the murder of Gaza civilians by Israeli terrorists. No wonder many, including the Green Party, have called for his arrest in the UK. But don't expect too much from the compromised UK Labour politicians. These are the same clowns who have been providing all kinds of military support, including surveillance aircraft, to help Israel's genocidal campaign in Gaza. They have also never missed any opportunity to ensure that Israel doesn't face adverse PR for committing the biggest Holocaust since the Second World War. More recently, the Keir Starmer government officially stated that Israel was not committing a genocide. So what can we expect from these genocidal maniacs? As I said in my last video, Israeli action with the help of its Western backers has effectively killed every single prospect of a ceasefire. This means that there is no hope for the release of the Gaza hostages. No wonder one of the hostages' family members have accused terrorist Netanyahu of signing the death sentence for their loved ones.
But the people who are clearly angry and worried about these developments are the families of the hostages being held in Gaza by Hamas. The mother of one hostage went on social media last night to say that Benjamin Netanyahu had in effect handed her son a death sentence. There isn't much of a ceasefire process or a peace process going on at the minute, and that's certainly, as Jeremy Bowen suggests, is almost dead in the water. All sense of trust has been lost.
Netanyahu knows that most Israelis are loving his savagery and utter depravity. Israelis are able to relate with this derangement. Years of control by demons and monsters over the apartheid Israeli political system have turned the entire Israeli society into psychopaths.
Into psychopath. That is who they are sending your tax dollars to support Israel at all at any cost. When you tried, oh, I already saw that. Okay. What happened to 4547 saying he could broker all of these all of this peace overnight? Some countries are impeaching their leaders, as they should. The Prime Minister of Japan just got ousted, and 4547 was talking about this big tariff deal that they had with Japan. And speaking of tariff deals, MB, what is his name? MB, the Saudi crown prince, and who else? The UAE and some other nations in that region have gotten together and said that this is unacceptable. That strike on Qatar is unacceptable, and it appears that they may do something. Now, I has questioned yesterday with all of them being in that region and saying that there must be a two-state solution to the Israel-Palestinian thing, but they have continued to let Israel do any and everything that they want. Now, I'm kind of understanding that they are kind of looking at places like Yemen, Turkey, Israel, the Palestine, not really a part of their region. They were like, if they go any further in their region of Saudi Arabia and the UAE and all of that, they would be going too far. So it seems like they have gone too far. I am waiting for them as well. I am also waiting for them. If you did not get here earlier, it seems like a lot of other nations are waking up to all of this theft of their nation's wealth. But it seems like the United States it has not waking up to this as of yet. So let's see. I'm wondering. Remember when 4547 went over to the Middle East? I'm wondering, is it possible that 4547 has now lost a friend? Let's check this out. Because of Israel. Remember, we went over and struck Iran based upon what Israel said and was doing. So, full event, Saudi Crown Prince MBS openly calls for revenge against Israel over Qatar. So these links are in my description box. Let's see what MBS is saying about these strikes.
Authority, master of Israel in the region, the latest of which is the brutal aggression against the sister state of Qatar, which requires an Arab, Islamic, and international response to confront this aggression, and to take international measures to stop the occupying authority and deter it from its criminal practices that destabilize the security and stability of the region. We will stand with the sister state of Qatar in whatever measures it takes without limit, and we will dedicate all our resources. Therefore, we also condemn the continued brutal assaults on our Palestinian brothers in Gaza and the persistence in committing crimes of starvation and forced displacement. On behalf of my master, the custodian of the two holy mosques, may God protect him, I convey the same greetings. The second year of the 9th session of the Shura Council. We ask Almighty God to grant us success and make achievement our path, dear brothers and sisters. This state was established 3 centuries ago on firm principles based on the values of Islamic law, justice, and consultation. We take great pride in this blessed approach, and God has honored us with the service of the two holy mosques, a responsibility to which we devote all our care and attention, dedicating all our resources to it. Brothers and sisters, our economy continues to diversify its paths and affirm its ability to reduce its dependence
Hold
on.
on. He's going to talk about their economy and what they're investing in. Let me get back to this.
State development and provide a variety of suitable programs so that they become more resilient to any fluctuations without disrupting development requirements. Programs. And God willing, we are determined and have the strength to achieve and complete them. However, we also affirm that we will not hesitate to cancel or make any fundamental changes to any program or target. We are mindful that the public interest comes first. Brothers and sisters, our achievements. Domestically, we are moving forward alongside our efforts to achieve security and stability in the region, and we reject and condemn the actions of the occupying authority. Of Israel in the region, the latest of which is the brutal aggression against the sister state of Qatar, which requires an Arab, Islamic, and international response to confront this aggression, and to take international measures to stop the occupying authority and deter it from its criminal practices that destabilize the security and stability of the region. We will stand with the sister state of Qatar in whatever measures it takes without limit, and we will dedicate all our resources. Therefore, we also condemn the continued brutal assaults on our Palestinian brothers in Gaza and the persistence in committing crimes of starvation and forced displacement. The land of Gaza is Palestinian, and the right of its people is inalienable. No aggression can take it away, and no threats can nullify it. Our unwavering stance is to protect this right and to work seriously to prevent its violations. The Arab Peace Initiative, which the Kingdom launched in 2002, and which we have. By activating it internationally through the perspective of the two-state solution, it now represents an unprecedented path toward achieving a Palestinian state. The Kingdom's intensive efforts have resulted in an increasing number of countries recognizing the state of Palestine and its rightful claim. The International Conference to implement the two-state solution in New York, an unprecedented mobilization that strengthens the consensus among nations to implement this initiative. And as we thank all the regional and international partners involved for their effective humanitarian contributions, and we reiterate our call for other countries to participate at this stage. Regarding the Syrian issue, the Kingdom has taken pivotal positions and implemented.
Okay, so now he's talking about Syria. Understand that the Israels have been launching attacks from Syria. Understand that Syria 45-47 went to Syria and planned a Trump something golf course or hotel in Syria. Do you understand that Syria is now have a temporary president who was a ISIS leader, and 45-47 went over there, and not much was said. Not a whimper was said. Now I'm looking at the face on this man who is in a suit. Who I'm wondering if he's Israeli because he's looking awful mad at
this initiative, and as
this two-state solution part of the speech.
We thank all the regional and international partners involved for their.
Okay. So that's what I have on that. Unfortunately, all will never. Yeah, they're going to wake up because they are going to have no choice but to wake up. But the thing about it is they're going to wake up way too late. Okay, so I also wanted to talk about. Did you guys see the protests that happened in Washington, D.C.? 45-47 and Larry Moe and Curly, J.D. Vance, Drunk Hegseth, and Marco Rubio decided to go to restaurants. You know, they say D.C. is so safe now, and they decided to go to a restaurant, and they got heckled and embarrassed by people actually holding up the Palestinian flag. And what was the heckle? I forget how the heckle went. Let's watch this together if you did not see this, if you did not hear about this, I don't know if the for-profit media is alerting you to this. They could have, but I saw it over here on Secular Talk. The link is in my description box. Go over there and pay it a visit.
I'm DC, bitch. I'm New York City. We despise you. Well, guess what? He got a real good taste of exactly that. So let's start with this one. This is just when he gets out of the car. Ready? Watch this.
However, you would think that's it. What is the name of that? What is the name of that women's group who had the pink kitten knit kitten hats? Something, I forget the name of their organization. You would think that that was it. That had that big protest on Inauguration Day the last time 45-47 was in office. And everybody was wearing those pink, I think they were called pussy caps. I think that's what they were called. So you would think that was all. A couple of woo. I don't. It seems like some people were cheering him, and anyway, come to find out, inside the restaurants, some people had obviously been alerted that he would be there, and they had reservations or something to the effect at the same time. So let's look at and see what happened when he actually went inside the restaurant. Here we go.
All right, more. So now we get inside the restaurant. We have J.D. Vance there. We have Pete Hegseth there. We might have Little Marco. Is this Little Marco? Little Marco. Is that Little Marco right behind J.D. Vance right here? It might be. I don't know. But anyway, a lot of top administration people, and they went to this place, Joe's Seafood. By the way, fun little fact. The apartment Crystal and I used to live in was actually really close to the White House. It was like right next to the White House. So when I used to at first go down and see her, I would park, I think it was on K Street, and I have to walk to the...
Here we go.
Thank you. So there's Trump, and here's the protesters. Look at this one. Ice grilling Trump. That's a gangster pause time right there. Look at this picture. Jesus, she is ice grilling this man. All right, one more time. I like this video. So you can see this person's recording from far away. Trump is going to the table. These people are right next to the table, bro. Screaming in his face, free DC, free Palestine. Trump is the Hitler of our time. By the way, I also love, let me just point out, you know the conversation that these assholes had at the table after the protesters were escorted out. You know they're sitting there in their fucking, fine Italian suits. Can you believe the rabble cares about Palestine? Ridiculous. We love bombing babies, yes. Starve the children, starve the children. Like, this is how evil these people actually are. Like, if they were being honest, they would have had that exact conversation at the table. Am I right or am I right? All right, let's keep going. So now I got other angles. Other angles. Here we go. Code pink. Right in Trump's face.
Pink.
10 feet away, bro.
Trump is the Hitler of our time. Free DC, free Palestine.
Here's Trump walking towards the protesters. And watch, he's going to make this face like, he's not used to this, bro. He is not used to people being directly in front of him being like, hey, you're a piece of shit. Did you know that? You're dookie, bruh. Like, we don't like you. In fact, we hate you. In fact, we think you're a war criminal. Because you are. He's not used to having... He's surrounded him. He's in a hermetically sealed bubble where everybody is forced to agree with him and tell him his farts smell like cologne. He literally handpicked nothing but the biggest sycophants in the country to sit around him and, oh, sir, Oh, sir, you're brilliant. Did you come up with that yourself, sir? You are brilliant. How did you figure that out? Oh, my God. Everybody give Donald a round of applause. This is what he did. Now he's in the real world and immediately right in front of his face. You're Hitler. Free Palestine, bitch. I love it. I love it.
Trump is the Hitler of our time. Free DC.
Look at his face. Look at his face. Look at his face. Look at his face. Let me zoom in on this real quick. Look at that face. That's a dude. Yep. I done fucked up, didn't I? Yep. I mean, you probably got a point. Oh, my God. This is amazing.
Free Palestine. Trump is the Hitler of our time.
He does. That's his signal to get him up. That's what he does.
Get him out of here. And now he did his get him out of here signal. There's one more viewpoint of it. And I have a question. Does Pete Drunk Seth only have one suit and that folded up flag? Isn't that desecrating the flag to always have it folded up in your using it as a pocket square? Does this motherfucker only has that one suit, that checkered blue suit? And those brown shoes that he wears with it all the time? Have you ever seen Pete Hegseth wear anything other than that blue plaid suit with that a flag in the pocket and those brown shoes? Put a one in the chat if you've seen him in other attire, because I know I haven't.
Trump is the Hitler of our time.
So this is another angle, and I think there's some narration here too.
Free Palestine. Trump is the Hitler of our time. Free Palestine. Trump is the Hitler of our time.
Donald Trump was confronted by protesters while dining at Joe's Seafood in Washington, D.C. after activist group Code Pink managed to secure tables near him and began chanting "Free D.C., Free Palestine," and calling him the Hitler of our time. Trump's forced smile quickly slipped into panic as the chants grew louder, and, clearly uncomfortable, he waved to security for help, ordering them to remove the protesters. The demonstrators, some waving American and Palestinian flags, disrupted what was meant to be a public show of safety in the Capitol following Trump's deployment.
Steps out.
Come on, get him out of here. Okay, I don't know if y'all knew about that. I just thought I would bring it to you. No, Code Pink. It was Code Pink. I couldn't remember the name of the group. I thought that I would bring that to you just in case you missed that. Let's see what else I have. Now I'm going to for a second go to Democracy Now. She does go in depth about the annihilation that hold on, that they want to put upon Israel because of those Qatari strikes. You guys know that I love Democracy Now. If you are not subscribed, if you do not go check their daily news, it'll be a good place to start. Let's hear their story. Come on. Come on.
Of this genocidal serial killer.
Here we go.
Filled with conception.
Here we go.
That went down today.
Qatari Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani, Benjamin Netanyahu, spoke. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Israel targeted senior Hamas leadership in Qatar yesterday, launching a military strike on Doha. Hamas says its top leaders there were considering a U.S. proposal for a Gaza ceasefire. Though they survived the strike, 5 lower-ranking members died in the attack. A Qatari security staffer was also killed. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke yesterday after the attack.
At noon today, I convened the heads of Israel's security organizations and authorized
a surgical precision strike on the terrorist chiefs of Hamas. These are the same terrorists who planned
and this is what kills me. Do they think the word surgical, and precision matters when you are committing a war crime in another nation? That you use the word surgical and precise, as if you were threading a needle through a thread through a needle. Obviously, it wasn't that precise because you didn't even kill the people who you were aiming at, but in your strike on a sovereign nation. Let's continue. I'm gonna shut up.
terrorist chiefs who planned, launched, and celebrated the horrific massacres of October 7th.
The leaders of Jordan and the United Arab Emirates are reportedly set to arrive in Qatar today. Saudi Arabian Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman is expected to visit tomorrow. Meanwhile, the families of the remaining Israeli hostages held in Gaza say they fear for the fate of their loved ones. Einav Zangar, the mother of Israeli hostage Matan, condemned Netanyahu for the attack on Qatar.
I am trembling with fear. I am trembling with fear. It could be that at this very moment, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has essentially sentenced my Matan to death. Anyone who deliberately chooses to endanger my child's life is murdering him. Why does the Prime Minister insist on blowing up every small chance for a deal? Why?
World leaders
And now, let's be clear. I also told you that the hostages' families are pissed. And there was a big march in Israel. People who just wanted them to end this war so they can get their family members home. So here we go.
Condemned the strike, including France, Germany, Britain, the European Union. Germany's chancellor called Israel's attack on Qatar unacceptable, adding, quote, the war must not spread to the entire region, unquote. China and Russia have also denounced the attack. The White House said it warned Qatar just prior to the attack, but Qatar said it only received notice from the U.S. as the capital was being hit by Israeli strikes. On social media, Trump wrote, quote, I view Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the U.S. and feel very badly about the location of the attack. Trump spoke yesterday.
I'm not thrilled about the whole situation. It's not a good situation. But I will say this, we want the hostages back. But we are not thrilled about the way that went down today.
Qatari Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdulrahman Al Thani said yesterday Qatar's mediation efforts were central to its identity and that the Israeli attack will not deter its diplomatic role.
The Israeli attack that took place today on Qatari soil, we cannot call it anything other than state terrorism practiced by someone like Netanyahu in the context of these systematic policies and his ongoing attempts that have destabilized regional security and stability. It's simply a clear message to the region as a whole.
For more, we're joined by Jeremy Scahill, co-founder of Dropsite News. His latest piece is an exclusive headlined, The 100-Word Ceasefire Proposal Trump Sent Hamas. Jeremy's a former senior reporter and correspondent at The Intercept. Jeremy, welcome back.
Okay, I would be remiss not to remind you on Sunday, 4547 also tweeted out that he was not going to give Hamas any more chances. And so while he says that he learned from the military right before alerting Steve Witkoff. Steve Witkoff is this guy who is whispering in his ear. Steve Witkoff, he also said that, he said that on Sunday that this was their last chance to accept a peace deal. What was he talking about? They had already accepted the last peace deal that was put on the table. But Israel did not respond for over 2 weeks to something they had already accepted. So how long do you think that the rest of the world is going to let 4547 play mealy mouth and, oh, well, I didn't say that, I said this, I didn't say that, I meant that, oh no, oh no, oh no. How long do you think that they are going to let him play these games? With full support of everything that the Israelis do? How long do you think that other nations are going to support not adding the United States to war crimes. How long do you think that's going to happen? How long do you think that somebody who look at the United States striking people whenever they choose to on invalid reason or rationale, or not going to our Congress, just making these unilateral strikes on other sovereign nations, how long do you think before it's going to happen to us? Let's keep it a buck. But they want you to talk about Charlie Kirk all day. I like this gentleman here.
Back to Democracy Now! If you can just first respond to Israel bombing Qatar, trying to take out, assassinate the Hamas leadership, which apparently it did not succeed in doing.
Well, first of all, Amy, let's remember that Qatar houses U.S. Central Command and is part of this security umbrella that Donald Trump spoke about, including recently when he made his trip around these Gulf countries. So the idea that the United States was just informed of this at the last minute, Trump said, oh, the U.S. military informed him, and then he scrambled to try to let Qatar know. And he said, oh, my special envoy, Steve Witkoff, I told him to call Qatar, but oops, he did it too late and the bombing had already happened. That's not a believable narrative at all. And in fact, what we've seen over the past couple of weeks is Donald Trump making very thinly veiled threats against the Hamas leadership, directly mentioning them and saying that nasty things are going to happen to them if they don't accept his ultimatum, which essentially boiled down to a surrender agreement where Hamas was being asked to hand over all of the Israeli captives. There are roughly 20 of them believed to be still alive, and then another 30 or so who are deceased. And Trump has been saying that some nasty things are going to happen to the Hamas leadership if they don't do this. But I think it's important to back up, because the context of the lead up to this over the past year is almost never mentioned in Western media. It's as though history begins each time the U.S. or Israel make an ultimatum, and those ultimatums are aimed at trying to blame Hamas for a continuation of this war of extermination against the Palestinians.
Exactly. They had no response to them agreeing to the last ceasefire agreement. Now, my question is, say for example, they have 20 alive hostages and they release them all, but they are demanding the live hostages and about 30 dead bodies. So we see what is going on in Palestine. We see that they are blowing up any place where they can live, build, live, hide, and once they blow it up, they are taking a big, what is it? Not forklifts, big earth movers, and they're flattening the rubble down. And so they're telling these people to go here, there, this place, that place. And we see people on bicycles with all their belongings. We see mules. We see all of this carrying carts. And most of the time, we just see people carrying whatever they can on their backs, their own backs and hands. So what if they give them all of these 20 people that are alive? And are we to believe that they are supposed to be carrying these dead bodies in different stages of decomposition along with them as they move? So if they get all of the live hostages, will they continue their assault under the frame of you having given us our dead hostages? As if some of their own hostages have not been flattened by these earth movers that they have flattened all of Palestine with. So are we going to pretend like, well, just give them the hostages? Do you think that they're not going to continue to their final solution? They already have the outcome that they want. The only thing they are doing is giving lip service while they're continuing it, and the lip service is not living up to any sense. But the media is not talking about it. The media is not talking about this nonsense that's going on. And everybody is like, oh, October 7th, but they don't notice any of this. They notice none of this. And let me tell you, if you guys don't see, this is crazy. This is lunacy, in my opinion. Okay, let's finish.
Summer in July of 2024, the United States was engaged in negotiations with Hamas. Hamas on July 2nd accepted a ceasefire deal. This is in 2024, the summer of 2024, that they were told that the United States had signed off on, and that if Hamas agreed to certain amendments, that Israel was going to be on board. And in the midst of those discussions, Israel assassinated Ismail Haniyeh, who was actually the last democratically elected prime minister of Palestine, not just of Gaza. And he was Hamas's political leader and its chief negotiator, and they assassinated him. And then nothing happened with the ceasefire until Donald Trump was running for election, and he and Joe Biden then endorsed a ceasefire that, by all accounts, Trump sort of pushed through with Netanyahu that went into effect in January. Israel blew up that deal on March 2nd, unilaterally exited it. Imposed a full spectrum siege on Gaza, barring any food, medicine, or other life essentials from entering the Gaza Strip. On March 18th, it then resumed its genocidal campaign of terror bombings against Gaza that have endured to this moment. Then, a couple of months ago, Steve Witkoff, the special envoy, and Benjamin Netanyahu said that Hamas must accept what they called the Witkoff framework, which was a 13-point plan for a 2-month ceasefire during which half of the living Israeli captives would have been released, and there were negotiations on ending the war. It was a very difficult framework for Hamas because it came very close to crossing some of the red lines that Hamas had defined, that it felt that if it agreed to these terms, it would effectively amount to a surrender of the Palestinian cause of liberation. But on August 18th, just over 3 weeks ago, Hamas formally agreed to what mediators said was 98% of the terms that had been demanded by Netanyahu and Trump. Israel did not respond to that in any formal way. Trump and Israel then escalated their threats against Hamas after they accepted it. And Amy, by the way, Hamas made unprecedented concessions that include not demanding a clear timeline for the withdrawal of Israeli forces from the Philadelphia corridor in southern Gaza. That was a huge deal for Hamas. They reduced the number of Palestinian captives held by Israel that would be released in a deal. They dropped their demand that the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, this scheme run by the United States and Israel, some 2,000 Palestinians have died seeking aid since the GHF went into effect. Hamas dropped its demand that the GHF be expelled from Gaza as part of a peace deal, and it was willing to accept a full circle buffer zone totally around the Gaza Strip that would be controlled by Israel and at points would pierce 1,500 meters deeper into Gaza. So Hamas made these concessions and then they waited. And the response from Netanyahu was to announce a final solution plan for Gaza City. And they began ratcheting up the terror bombings. They continued to burn children alive in tents. And then they started bombing massive residential apartment towers in Gaza, some of which housed hundreds of Palestinian families. All of this happened, Amy, after Hamas had accepted a proposal filled with concessions that the mediator said was 98% of the demands from Netanyahu and Trump. And then last week, the United States began some back-channel discussions with Hamas, and they said, listen, Donald Trump wants to end this war. He has some ideas, and Trump's idea, I was told by senior Hamas officials, was that as an initial gesture, Hamas would release all of the Israeli captives living and dead, and then Trump would see if he could do something about restarting negotiations to try to end the war. Well, Hamas responded to this in a remarkably diplomatic way. They said they're open to any proposals, either a comprehensive deal where all captives would be released at once at the beginning of a deal, if there were proper international guarantees and a guarantee that Israel would stop the genocide and withdraw, or they were open to returning to the original framework that they agreed to, which was packed full of concessions. So Trump then submits, and we obtained it, a 100-word summary. And it says within 48 hours, all the Israelis have to be released in exchange for some Palestinians. It says that Israeli withdrawal will be contingent upon a new government acceptable to Israel being imposed on Gaza, and that Israel will maintain full security control of the Gaza Strip. It says that aid will.
Now, what a government could the Palestinians put in place that Israel is not going to claim that it is Hamas running Gaza? They have to have control over who they put in their two-state solution. Is that really a two-state solution? Is that even a state if your adversary has to approve who is running your state, and they are still holding you in a prison? Let's continue.
Be allowed in, but it doesn't say who will allow the aid in or how much aid would be allowed in. And it says that Trump will guarantee for 60 days that a ceasefire will hold as long as negotiations are continuing. Now, this violates so many of Hamas's red lines, but their response to Trump was, we're open to any deal. And I'm told by sources from within Hamas that part of what they were meeting to discuss at the time of this bombing was the idea of posing to Trump a series of questions and clarifications, because a 100-word document does not form a ceasefire agreement when you're facing down to genocide. And so the basic fact is this: 3 weeks ago, they agreed to.
So what I want to know is the for-profit media telling you any of this? Are they explaining any of all of this, the whole time table of what is going on without all of these people screaming out October 7th? Is they without having people talk over people and, well, what happened on October 7th? No, they're not explaining any of this to you. I just kind of wanted to get the timeline going of what has happened and where we are today.
Sessions. Everyone ignored it. Trump then issues a new ultimatum in the form of a 100-word document. They're meeting to discuss it, and then Israel bombs the Hamas offices in a sovereign nation, Qatar, that houses U.S. Central Command. No air defense systems were activated. The United States security umbrella was nowhere to be found. And then Trump concocts this story about how Steve Witkoff was just a little bit too late in informing Qatar that this happened. So what we see here is part of a long pattern of Israel assassinating.
Now this is the first time that I heard that there was no siren blaring ahead of time, and that the United States had an ability to alert them with sirens. Have you heard this anywhere else? Have you heard this anywhere else? First of me hearing about this one.
But too late in informing Qatar that this happened. So what we see here is part of a long pattern of Israel bombs in a sovereign nation, Qatar, that houses U.S. Central Command. No air defense systems were activated. The United States security umbrella was nowhere to be found. And then Trump concocts this story about how Steve Witkoff was just a little bit too late in informing Qatar that this happened. So what we see here is part of a long pattern of Israel.
But did he address the United States security umbrella that should have been activated? No, nothing about this. Now, how long do you think that they are going to allow the United States to play dumb?
Assassinating the very people, or attempting to assassinate the very people that the president of the United States claims he wants to negotiate with. They tried to kill the very people that would have been sitting across the table in these negotiations.
Jeremy, I wanted to ask you, the Qatari Prime Minister Sheikh Mohammed bin Abdul Rahman said, he was quoted as saying, quote, "We have reached a decisive moment where there must be a response from the entire region to such barbaric actions." Is it your sense that the other Arab nations in the region, what can they do, or what do you think they would be willing to do in response to this attack?
Remember, Juan, that in Trump's first term, he made a big deal about the so-called Abraham Accords. And, you know, the first country and the primary country to accept it was the United Arab Emirates, which many people in the Arab world and certainly Palestinians view as essentially a self-declared suburb of Israel for all practical purposes on this issue. And we've watched as Netanyahu has expanded these wars, Gaza, the West Bank, Syria, Lebanon, Yemen, Iran, now Qatar, and they've done nothing. There's been no response.
I concur.
Other than strongly worded statements from any Arab country. And so while they're all saying now, oh, now the threshold has been crossed, what are they going to do?
They're the Hakeem Jeffries of strongly stated words and letterheads. That's how they have been treating this up until now. So, you know, they say they're going to strike. I don't know. We'll see.
Are they going to militarily strike Israel? We've watched Palestinians burned alive for 2 years, and not a single Arab country except Yemen has stood up to do anything about it or taken any risks. And almost the entire Yemeni cabinet was assassinated recently by Israel because of the fact that they were the only ones in the world, in addition to Iran, in terms of nation states, that stood up to them. So, you know, anything short of these Arab countries saying, this is a genocidal regime that is operating with impunity backed by the United States. Anything short of a military confrontation is worthless. Israel doesn't care anymore about these normalization agreements. You know why? Because they have shown the entire world that they can do whatever they want, and no country is going to stand up to them. They have the huge world bully behind them in the form of the United States. They are a nuclear armed power. They're running a scorched earth bombing campaign, and they're trying to wipe the Palestinians off the map. So, you know, I hope I'm wrong. I hope that we see some kind of confrontation of this genocidal serial killer masquerading as a nation state that is modern Israel. But I doubt it, because history shows that they are just sitting on their hands and saying, oh, here's a strongly worded statement.
And you mentioned the history.
Okay, so I'm not going to play all of that. You can get the rest of that. It is in my description box. Yeah, we're going to, Regina M., we're going to talk about the how unstable the U.S. is right now. Oh, also, now, we just had the Polish Prime Minister in the White House last week. Before we get to the economy, we gotta talk. We gotta talk about somebody whose rhetoric has gotten numbers for 45, 47 in the young vote, the youth vote. But I don't know if I heard about any of this on the for-profit media. Let me play this for you. If you did not know, there was some Russian drone strike.
And we begin with this, an act of aggression.
Hold on, acts of aggression. 4547 lawmakers react to Russian drones violating Polish airspace. Polish that was just here last week, and he was saying that he would forever be an ally to Poland. So, what is the big plan to punish Russia? Well, we do know that the big plan to punish Russia for selling their oil to India has to put a 50% tariff on India. And there's another country that they India, and who else? What other country is it? That they are Brazil. They now India, Brazil, and Russia. They're all in what? They're all in the BRICS. So he is putting double sanctions on Brazil and India, and calling them sanctioning Russia. Okay, so let's delve into this story that he just guaranteed his Polish ally sitting in the White House last week, that he will always be his be an ally to Poland. Let's see what's going to happen. Now, it's kind of curious that all of a sudden Poland is struck with a drone attack after what happened in the White House last week. Do you think it's odd? Do you think it's planned? Do you think it's planned to make a fool look like more of a bigger fool than the fool he already is? It don't take much.
That is what Polish officials are calling Russia's latest escalation in their war against Ukraine. It comes after the country says they had to shoot down several Russian drones launched into their airspace this morning, scrambling warplanes to protect their territory. This house you see here, it got some damage after it was hit by debris from one of those drones. Now, this is not the first time Russian drones and missiles were launched into the airspace of a NATO ally, but it marks the first time a NATO country has ever had to shoot them down since the three-year war began in Ukraine. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says this was no accident. He added, quote, "It is clear that Russian aggression poses a danger to every independent nation in our region." The Secretary General of NATO also weighed in with this. Listen.
A full assessment is ongoing. But of course, whether it was intentionally or not, it is absolutely reckless. It is absolutely dangerous. But as I said, the full assessment is ongoing. And to Putin, I mean, my message is clear. Stop the war in Ukraine. Stop the escalating war, which he is now basically mounting on innocent civilians and civilian infrastructure. Stop violating allied airspace. And know that we stand ready. That we are vigilant and that we will defend every inch of NATO territory.
Now let's bring in CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd. Sam, thank you for joining us on 24/7 today. Just how major of an escalation is this?
Well, this is a historic moment. NATO was founded in 1949, and this is the first time since NATO was founded that it had to deploy NATO assets to neutralize enemy devices in NATO airspace. I mean, that's just a major moment for the alliance and for the world. In terms of how escalatory is this, I don't currently assess that NATO or Russia want to escalate the situation further. We've seen NATO invoke Poland invoke Article 4 of the NATO treaty, which is consultations, versus, for example, going straight to Article 5, which would trigger some sort of collective defense arrangement. So right now, we should expect Poland to continue its investigation and perhaps NATO to take a series of small steps to try to deter Russia from doing this again.
And Sam, you just mentioned.
Okay, so if you didn't know about that, I just wanted to bring you that information. War everywhere. It seems that there is a war everywhere. Let me see what I have. Something I want to talk to you about as well. Trump's plan for a National Guard quick reaction force. If you didn't know that 4547 is has a plan for using the National Guard as a quick reaction force. Who do you think that they're going to be acting upon quickly? So if you are unaware of this, let's get into it. Trump most dangerous executive order. Let me enlarge this. Okay, here we go. I don't know if you heard about this executive order, 4547, most dangerous executive order. 4547 recent order calls for the National Guard to have a standing force ready for quelling civil disturbances and ensuring the public safety. How quaint. Thank you so much. Do you think this is about ensuring your safety, or is it only about quelling anything that you choose to protest? 4547 has always wanted his own private muscle, a group of armed men, and you have to think he'd want them to be men. He can deploy to silence his critics, intimidate his enemies, and more generally use the threat of violence to do his bidding. All of the strong men he admires have muscle. Vladimir Putin has the FSB. Recep Erdogan has the SADAT, and Viktor Orban has TEK. So why wouldn't he? All of these oligarchs have their private muscle. So seems like 4547 wants his as well. This is why during his first term, 4547 often posted threats on social media about the cop, bikers, and soldiers ready to wage violence on his behalf. It's why he couldn't bring himself to denounce the Proud Boys during the 2020 debates. And it's why he, despite pleas from allies and his own children to denounce January 6th insurrectionists, he pardoned them. That's not what it say, but we know he did. Despite pleas from allies and his own children to denounce the January 6th insurrectionists, he watched the Capitol riot unfold on TV for more than 3 hours before reluctantly calling off his thugs, but not before telling them he loved them. And it is speculated that he was not the one who called, well, he did come out and make a statement, but it is alleged that it was Mike Pence who actually called in the National Guard, if you remember properly. Okay. It is against this history that 4547 signed an executive order last week titled Additional Measures to Address the Crime Emergency in the District of Columbia. All caps are his, of course. though the order primarily addresses 4547's takeover of law enforcement in Washington, there's also some foreboding language tucked into it, ordering the Secretary of Defense. No, you mean the Secretary of War. You remember they changed the name. The Secretary of Defense, Drunk Hexef, to ensure the availability of a standing National Guard quick reaction force that shall be resource trained and available for rapid nationwide deployment. So, if you didn't know that, this force would be available to assist federal, state, and local law enforcement in quelling civil disturbances and ensuring the public safety and order. This appears to be enacting a Pentagon blueprint. This appears to be enacting a Pentagon blueprint, the Washington Post reported on last month. It calls for a force of 600 soldiers to be ready for deployment anywhere in the country on 4547's command. That plan indicated the force would be used to quell protests or civil unrest. That it's tucked into an executive order purporting to tackle common crime suggests that 4547 is expanding the idea. The plan sets off so many alarms that it is hard to know where to begin. First, the National Guard is not a police force. It is a military organization that mostly serves under the authority of the state governors. Guard troops aren't trained to put down protests, police streets, or arrest people for open container violation. It also isn't what they signed up for. Second, the United States have had a very long, important history of keeping the military out of domestic policing. Cops and soldiers have two fundamentally different missions. Cops are asked to keep the peace while protecting our rights. Soldiers are asked to kill the soldiers of enemy countries. That the military would be commonly used for domestic policing was among the founders' biggest fears. It is a big part of why we have the Second, Third, and Fourth Amendments. Trump 4547 seems to think that because soldiers and cops both carry guns and use force, they have the same jobs, the same skill set, the same training, that the military is just policing, but harder. It's a dangerous, ignorant misconception. During his first term, he wanted to send the military into cities violently suppress the George Floyd protests, including shooting protesters if necessary. He was thwarted by his own Defense Secretary Mike Esper and his Joint Chief Chairman Mark Milley. Trump has since said both men are guilty of crimes for criticizing him, including treason. Do you think that Hexef would not shoot you once 4547 tells him to do it? I have played for you many times. Him not being able to even answer the question if he would obey an illegal order if given to him to shoot you. Just this week, a federal judge ruled that 4547 federalization and deployment of the California National Guard to Los Angeles over the objections of Gavin Newsom was a violation of the Posse Comitatus Act, which bars the president from using the military for domestic policing unless he first invokes the Insurrection Act. Undeterred, the White House appears to have come up with a workaround, according to Illinois Governor Pritzker. 4547 has asked Texas Governor Greg Abbott to send the Texas National Guard to Chicago without Pritzker's consent, which is to say that 4547 Command Texas has ordered its National Guard to invade and occupy the streets of Chicago. But the language creating rapid deployment unit is especially alarming. It seeks to be mimicking the crime suppression police unit that mayors and police chiefs often create to show that they are tough on crime. These teams are typically given free reign over cities with little oversight and the power to skirt rules and procedures. One of those units was that unit that Black call them the spiders or the scorpion team in Memphis that beat that black man to death. Those types of rapid response teams. Okay. Not surprisingly, telling police unit that they're elite and not subject to the usual rules has resulted in a long and ongoing trail of violence, corruption, and abuse. Tyree Nichols is his name, was beaten to death by the Scorpion crime suppression unit in Memphis in the 1990s, an elite unit in Los Angeles, charmingly nicknamed the Death Squad, resulted in $125 million in abuse settlements. The unarmed immigrant Abdullah Dilalo was killed by New York NYPD suppression unit called the Street Crimes Unit, as were Eric Garner, Sean Bell, and Kanami Gray. Elite police teams in Chicago in the 2000 and Baltimore in the 2010s were responsible for two of the biggest police abuse and corruption scandals in U.S. history. There have also been crime suppression unit scandals in Indianapolis, Atlanta, Philadelphia, and Newark. Okay. These are merely the structural problems or the reasons why an order like this should be dangerous under any administration. But we should also be particularly worried about how a national rapid deployment unit would operate under this one. The Supreme Court has ruled that federal law enforcement officers, and that would presumably include military personnel assigned to domestic police work, have a near absolute immunity from civil liability for their constitutional violation. The only real way these rapid deployment teams could be held accountable for abuses would be a criminal prosecution, and those would need to come from 4547 Department of Justice. That just isn't going to happen. Okay, so there is that. If you didn't know that, now you know. Let me see if you guys have anything. Nothing to say, so I will go on to my next story. This is what 4547 what can something do for you? This is what 4547 can do to you. And I would be remiss if I did not share with you that 4547 says that he has crime so under control that they are trying to suppress the numbers of crimes, and he said that they're trying to call little old things crime, but doesn't the police call little old things like jaywalking crimes? How many times have you seen a person physically arrested for jaywalking? Yes, we have seen that. So now, 4547 says that they are trying to pad the crime results to make it seem as if he has not been successful in having the military in Washington, D.C. on the streets. So let's see what he compares. Let's see what he says is padding the crime statistics to make it seem like he's not doing a good job. This should scare you. Understand that 4547 has been found guilty, and the jury has, and the courts have upheld. He tried to go back to court and say that the case should be thrown out, but I don't think that the case has made it to the Supreme Court yet. We're going to talk about the crazy Supreme Court rulings as well, but it hasn't made it to the Supreme Court yet. But the verdict and his penalties have been upheld up to an appellate court at this time. SA. So I want you to hear what he says is basically he's saying it's really not a crime, but they trying to pad the books to make this seem like this is a crime. Listen to him.
One of the most, and some people say the worst, the most violent city. Can you imagine our capital being the most violent city? But it was really bad, into a totally safe zone. It's called a safe zone city. There's no crime. They said crime's down 87%. They said, no, it's more than 87%. Virtually nothing. And much lesser things that take place in the home they call crime. You know, they'll do anything they can to find something. If a man has a little fight with the wife, they say this was a crime, see? So now I can't claim 100%. But we are a safe city. You can walk to a restaurant. You can walk to the.
And he got giggles. If a man has a little fight with his wife, is he saying that domestic violence, a little fight with the wife, should not be counted as a crime statistic? Oh, they're saying if you have a little fight with your wife, a little bitty fight with your wife. If you had a little fight with your wife, how would it be on the blotter for crime? If you had a domestic abuse with your wife, that would be a crime, or your husband. Some states, if it's a mutual combat, you're both going in for domestic violence, and you get little chuckles from the fucking birds that are sucking up juice out of his ass. They find this funny. So if you didn't hear about this, you're hearing about it now.
White House, if you work there, you could walk to the Capitol. And even the Democrats say, I can't believe it, but they don't want to admit it, but I can't believe it. We could do the same thing in Chicago, New York, Los Angeles. We did it. We saved Los Angeles. So right now we went from a.
Okay, there is that. Now let's talk about what is his name? Bassett. What is his first name? I can't remember his first name. The gay Treasury Secretary. Now, we heard Bassett ask a point blank question. If the taxes were tariffs on yesterday. If you didn't hear it on yesterday, you can go find it yourself. He was interviewed on Meet the Press, and she asked him, were tariffs taxes? And he said, no, anything could be considered. No, that wasn't him. That was someone else. He said no, and then the interviewer said, well, according to the research that just came out, it says that 87% of the tariffs are paid by the consumer, and he said, and he didn't deny that, but what he pushed back on is, you're saying that I think it was a Jamie Dimon or someone who had said that, and I have beaten him at stocks many a time. Never asking the question, but because of where the information came from, he decided to promote his prowess as a what is he? A hedge fund guy. Have beaten the person who gave the actual factual information that 83% of the tariffs are being paid by the American consumers. So, come to find out, in his time as I think he was a hedge fund manager. He lost trillions of dollars. But he's over our treasury. He's over this coin diversion that 4547 will benefit off of greatly. And everybody's talking about all these positions should be merit-based. Merit-based. If you didn't see my show yesterday, I played a video explaining the economy and how trying to turn the treasury into this what was it? What kind of coin was it? Oh, I forget what's the name of the coin. I played it for you yesterday. That 4547 and his family have and will be the greatest benefact of, and that they are actually trying to take money out of our treasury to secure this coin. So let's get into the economy. Okay, let me play this for you. Because they're not. I'm not seeing a lot of responses. I don't know if you guys have heard anything about the BRICS and what the BRICS are doing, and how the United States has isolated themselves via this shipping, these tariffs, and all of these nations are piling up to trade with the BRICS, isolating the United States. So that don't mean nothing to you now. It's gonna mean something to you when the United States, who does not produce anything, needs things. It's gonna affect you when you need common, simple goods that are not created in the United States. And people are rebuffing the United States, and the dollar is on the decline. It's going to affect you when you realize what a situation this administration has the United States in. Let's play a little of this.
China and BRICS. We are at least 5 months into a tariff war, and the chips are starting to fall into place. China, Russia, and India, the big economies of BRICS, they are not collapsing. But what is collapsing are the G7 countries. Now just look at Japan. Their prime minister resigned, and very likely it's because of the crashing economy. And within the US itself, the trade war is already smashing down US job growth. And the results aren't that surprising. No matter the sector, you are getting clobbered. Just after the trade war started, payrolls in the US started to decline dramatically. Now, of course, the big crash came from industries directly impacted, especially manufacturing. When the steel and copper tariffs came, they simply nailed the coffin shut for many blue-collar.
Now, manufacturing. We're bringing manufacturing back to the United States. These tariffs are going to bring manufacturing back to the United States. The last jobs numbers said that they lost around, I think it was 8,000 manufacturing jobs. This most recent one said that they lost something like 33,000 manufacturing jobs. All while this motherfucker have you paying high prices and lying that the fact, well, people gonna have to hurt a little bit. People gonna have to be a little uncomfortable. They said nothing about your uncomfortability during the election cycle. No, they said nothing that you would have to be uncomfortable then. But now that this fucking tariff war is bringing up prices in the United States, they want you to believe that it's all for your own good. These millionaires and billionaires in his administration is preaching to you. It's gonna hurt a little bit. I'm just gonna put the tip in. They telling you they just gonna put the tip in, and they finna fucking throw your legs back behind your heads and ram you. Let's continue.
Jobs. And that's why job growth has gone negative for over 4 months straight. Now, the slowdown in job growth is broad-based as sectors not directly tariffed also saw a collapse. This makes total sense. When prices rise, people tend to spend less, they cut back on services, and they cut back on travel. So everything from restaurants to tourism, all the way to buying stuff at Walmart just got hammered down as well. Now, very soon, this is going to spread to the more resilient sectors of the US economy. You will seep into the tech companies and Wall Street as well. And when that happens, the amount of high-paying job losses will be staggering. Here's the crazy thing. Me and you, everyone with 2 brain cells, knows the tariff war is failing. US consumers.
Did you hear what he said? He didn't say menial jobs. High-paying jobs are going to start failing. High-paying jobs are going to start failing. But thank God that there's a lot of investment in AI, and you can get certified via AI, and AI will be able to connect you with your next job position. Not you'll be able to apply for another job because right now the unemployment numbers are that there are far more people looking for jobs than that there are even jobs available to fill in the United States. Now, this is all across the board. These are low-end jobs and high-end jobs. So who's going to win? The big tech people and the billionaires are going to win because our economy is set up for them to only win. Let's continue.
Are paying the price, but yet the administration just refuses to face reality.
Goldman Sachs says 86% of the tariff revenue collected so far has been paid by American businesses and consumers. So just bottom line, Mr. Secretary, do you acknowledge that these tariffs are a tax on American consumers?
No, I don't.
Even though you have companies saying they are going to have to increase prices, and given the fact that 86% of these tariffs so far have been paid by Americans.
You're quoting Goldman Sachs. So
yes, Goldman Sachs, correct.
I made
Which I said, yeah.
I made a good career trading against Goldman Sachs.
And this is the...
I forgot where I heard it. That's where I heard it. So, what does him making a good career trading against Goldman Sachs have to do with the price of tea in your supermarket? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I don't give a fuck if she pulled the statistics out of her ass and they are correct. He could not say that they were not incorrect. He could not say that 86% of the tariffs have been paid by you and I. Sitting up there all smug, acting like he is such a fucking professional, such a fucking winner. If he was such a winner, he would be telling 45, 47, this shit ain't working. You about to bankrupt this nation. But they don't give a fuck because it does not affect them. They only make money when this nation is bankrupt, and they are plotting their next scheme, stablecoin, with this stablecoin bullshit that they plan to put our treasury into. Let's continue.
Alarming part of the tariff war. The non-admission confirms the import taxes are going to continue, which also means countries looking to export to the US will have to find alternatives.
The non-admission means that the tariffs are going to continue.
There's other new markets to sell to. And this just drives a vicious cycle where more and more countries break away from US economic control. And we are seeing countries like Canada starting to diversify fast. But the biggest blow to the US is India returning to the BRICS fold. It's something that Trump has truly given up on. Essentially, he has admitted defeat to BRICS, in particular China. Looks like we have lost India and Russia to deepest, darkest China. May they have a long and prosperous future together. It's bizarre on one hand, but it also makes complete sense on the other. There's simply no choice but to take a step back. Now, the rise of BRICS is going to be fearsome. We have seen the recent headlines, especially Russia building a new pipeline to China, and this provides cheap gas for Chinese manufacturing. But within China itself, the country has so much renewable power and coal that generating power is just so cheap today. Now, Jiangsu is one of
Now, this is another point that I wanted. Generating power in China is so cheap today. And they are building a gas pipeline with Russia and everything. But what's going on with the American utilities? How many people are going crazy? Google it. People complaining about their energy bills in America. Listen. They are going to pick your pockets clean and walking around and acting as if this economy is not affecting you. The longer you walk around and act like you're okay, you're above the fray, while barely holding on, it's going to allow them to keep the secret, keep the lid on how bad the economy is. As you see these billionaires and millionaires actually sit on your television screen for this for-profit media and say that prices have not gone up, that groceries have not gone up, that gas has not gone up. They have no shame in going on television, telling you something that you absolutely know to be bullshit. But the longer y'all grin and bear it and try to pretend like you some shit that you are not, you're helping them. You're not helping yourselves. Let's continue.
China's biggest industrial hubs. They make everything from electronics to EVs, and their power prices are still dropping. It has dropped by 24% in June. And that's why Chinese exports are just so affordable. The cheap fossil fuels they are getting from Russia, their technology, and global supply chains are now paying dividends. So through China, BRICS is able to supply the world with affordable manufactured goods. In the past, that role used to be fulfilled by Japan and Europe for the G7, but we know how that is going. During the virtual meeting of BRICS, Brazil and China came together with a statement against the trade war. It really shows deeper unity where bilateral trade is going to grow with or without the US. Trump's retreat away from BRICS is going to make the bloc tougher and much more richer down the road. According to Brazil, tariff blackmail is being normalized as an instrument to seize markets and interfere in domestic affairs. The sentiment of US trade policy in BRICS is just downright horrible. China also pushed back on Trump. Countries cannot thrive without an international environment of open cooperation, and no country can afford to retreat to self-imposed isolation. Now, these statements aren't just crazy rants. It's a reminder to the world, to Europe and other G7 members that BRICS is open for business. If you join the US on their tariff adventure or misadventure, you will be isolated from the global majority. Now, for the US, the consequences are going to get even more dire. When you decide,
So they telling the G7, hey, shit, y'all already have seen the decline of your nation. So if you want to get fucked, go on over there with Donald with 45, 47 and that bullshit. If you want your nation to have a supply chain of goods, you better bring your ass on over here. We got what you need. They doing that Shantae Moore. I'm what you want. And I got what you need, baby. Put your trust in me. I won't let you down. Give me a chance. I prove my love. I'm what you need.
To punish BRICS and they start more bilateral trade, the need for dollars are going to dry up. The dollarization is going to speed up. Now, this is the holdings of US bonds by the core members of BRICS: Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. Now, since 2010, China has been selling off their stockpile aggressively. For Russia, everything dried up well before the Ukraine war. and that leaves only Brazil and India as the remaining major buyers. And what do you think is going to happen in 2020?
Now, you notice they're talking about U.S. bonds. When the stock market fails, you can always rely on people coming in and buying U.S. bonds. Not so much now. Not so much now. I already told you months ago what these BRICS nations and Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa are only the initiators of BRICS nations. The last I heard, I think it was 23 to 27 nations that are BRIC partners or using BRICS to trade. I believe it's 55% of the world population is trading via BRICS as opposed to the G7. I think it's 55% of the world. Not of the number of people that the G7 encompasses. Look how many people that the G7 actually have as opposed to the rest of the world. The world, I told you. Okay, so what they are investing in now, they're not investing in the dollar. They're not stockpiling dollars. They're not even stockpiling the United States bond. They're stockpiling gold.
25 and beyond, especially when they are facing a tariff war. They will transact more in their own currencies and that of BRICS members, the Riel, the Rupee, and especially RMB. The need to buy treasury bonds will go down, and by the end of Trump's term, BRICS could own less than 10% of total treasuries in the world. It will be the West that buys most of Besant's debt issuance. Now, beyond just the tariff war, BRICS is also facing another existential crisis. Scott Bessent is drumming up another campaign to corner the bloc. The excuse is to bring Putin to the negotiating table. Now, as we correctly speculated, the US-Russia talks were done, and now Bessent wants to collapse the Russian economy to force a truce. It's really dangerous because
So Bessent wants to ruin the Russian economy. Treasury Secretary says U.S. and EU must partner to collapse Russian economy. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent signaled that the U.S. is open to partnering with European countries to impose more sanctions on countries. This is his big idea. He wants to partner with more countries because of these tariffs are killing the United States citizens, and he won't even admit that we are paying them. Bright ideas come out of this head.
in order to accomplish this, he will have to punish the entire BRICS all at once, and this will lead to bloc versus bloc confrontation almost immediately.
We are in a race now between how long can the Ukrainian military hold up versus how long can the Russian economy hold up. And if the US and the EU can come in, do more sanctions, secondary tariffs on the countries that buy Russian oil, the Russian economy will be in full collapse, and that will bring President Putin to the table.
So the pressure
secondary sanctions to countries who buy Russian oil, but no mention about any sanctions on Russia, because that's 4547 boo friend.
Still on Russia and countries that buy Russian oil. And a big shout out to our sponsor today, Indigo Precious.
Okay. Let me move ahead right here. China's exports to the U.S. slumped 33%, but trade surplus heads for a record. They have lost 33% trade from not trading with us, but their trade surpluses are at a all-time high. Do you think that China give a shit about any of this dumb shit that 4547 is talking about? If you do, you crazy. China's export growth slowed to the weakest in 6 months as a slump in shipments to the U.S. deepened again, with exports to the U.S. falling 33%. But overall sales abroad rose 4.4% in August from a year earlier to 322 billion, with shipments to other markets such as Southeast Asia and European Union and Africa rising.
Now, for any country dependent on US trade, this would be an absolute disaster, but not for China. Overall sales rose by 4.4% for Chinese exporters, hitting 322 billion.
China's trade surplus is still on course to exceed last year's record of almost 1 trillion, with overseas sales making up for weaker domestic demand and governmental expected, and the government is expected to roll out policies to boost consumption and offset pressure from soft exports. And they still, without even doing that, they still are expected to make over $1 trillion in trade. What y'all making? Y'all making rolls of pennies to add to all of these prices that are going up? Is that what y'all making?
Dollars. Yes, sales to the US dropped, but more shipments made it to Southeast Asia and even the EU. Now, compared to the US and EU, Chinese exporters have pricing power in reverse. They have the ability to squeeze the West by dropping prices while still retaining profit. Chinese supply chains, especially those from Russia, they're just too robust. If a US exporter charges $10 for a product, China will charge $3 and they'll throw in a freebie to seal the deal. And that's how competitive things are. The US market is not the only game in town. Even the EU market isn't the escape hatch. China has other plans to expand to other markets, and a big growing segment is the entire continent of Africa. Now, China's trade surplus with the continent hit $60 billion so far in 2025, and that alone surpassed the entirety of 2024. A ton of goods meant for the US simply bypassed American consumers and ended up in Africa. And it's not by accident, guys. It's a sign of proper diversification in trade. And guess the biggest rising export to Africa is solar panels, and that alone rose by 60%. So as the US and Europe cuts away affordable solar energy, Africa is beginning to industrialize faster and faster. And when we take a step back and we zoom out, things
While we have a idiot talking about solar energy and windmills is not the way, as your prices are going up. He talking about gas. He's looking at Brazil, who has the greatest gas reserve, and not Venezuela, who has the greatest reserve in gas. And now he's talking about a war with Venezuela based upon gang members shipping drugs. Some draconian bullshit from a bunch of fucking idiots. But a lot of them don't give a fuck because they getting paid. They don't give a fuck what happens to the American economy because they're billionaires. Most of them, 4547 has the richest administration in history, with the amount of billionaires that he have sitting at the top of his administration. You think they give a fuck about what's happening in real America? Okay. I think it's one more point.
Get much clearer of how this trade war will evolve. Major banks are now beginning to admit the obvious, something that we have known for months now. According to SocGen, the tariff war can be offset by a more diversified market and strength in manufacturing goods for China, which tells us one important fact. Beijing is not going to break ranks with Russia. They will still buy as much oil, gas, metals, and other commodities from Putin. This gravy train is not going to end. A good offense is the best defense against the trade war. And that's why China's surplus is well over $100 billion in August. By the end of the year, we could easily cross $1 trillion again in trade surplus. That's a ton of money for China to invest in. So has the trade war backfired? Yes, 100%. But is there a way out of this mess for the US? Now, the answer, unfortunately, is no. This is a one-way train that benefits China and BRICS while damaging the US economy. And with this big pile of trade surplus, where do you think China is going to deploy the money? Definitely not going to treasury bonds. Beijing's latest action just double confirmed this new shift is here to stay. Now, the PBOC extends their gold buying spree to a record 10 months. Since November last year, the rush to dump dollars for real money is getting worse and worse. Now, Chinese bullion rose above 74 million ounces. They accumulated over 1.2 million ounces during the past 10 months. China definitely owns a lot more than that. But declaring such an act.
There it is. When I start talking about the BRICS, I definitely gave you guys this information. Do with it as you please. But keep on walking around here acting as if your asses are in a better position than any other American citizen. It appears to be that we are all fucked. Now, is this? I think this is it. Now, let's see what a Trump advisor is calling the BRICS. Since we're talking about the BRICS, let's see how in their feelings they are about the BRICS. Let me share this foolishness with you. This is I think this is about the one. What is his name? The one who used the fake spelling of his name to say that he got all of his information from this great economist. What is his name? Fuck his name. I think it's in here. A Trump official targets BRICS again. Calls BRICS vampires sucking blood. Remarks amid high stakes BRICS meeting. Prime Minister Modi skipped the meeting, but he did have someone who filled in for him. Modi is the Prime Minister of India. U.S. campaign against the BRICS continues. I wonder why. But you notice they don't never say it out loud. 4547 says sitting in the office, I don't know who these BRICS people are. He didn't even know who were a part of the BRICS. Let that sink in. Let's continue. What is this dude's name? I forget.
It's easy to defend a good policy. You can rely on logic and facts. But a bad policy? Well, you must resort to attacks and name-calling. Just ask Donald Trump's trade advisor. His name is Peter Navarro.
Peter Navarro. His trade advisor, the ones who said that all of these tariffs would be a good thing, who said that he got this his tariff advice from some great economist, and he called him something I forget. He mixed around the letters in his last name Navarro, and said that this was some great economist who gave him the information about tariffs. This is who we talking about. Now, they know the lie is out, and he still is his trade advisor. Let that sink in.
Job is to advise Trump on tariffs, but on the side, he specializes in name calling. Navarro's latest? He's calling BRICS countries vampires. First, listen to what he said.
The bottom line is that none of these countries can survive if they don't sell to the United States. And when they sell to the United States, their exports, they're like vampires sucking our blood dry with their unfair trade practices. But I don't see how the BRICS stay together since historically they all hate each other and kill each other.
Vampires live forever, but Navarro says BRICS will not last. Clearly, he's never seen vampire movies. But on a serious note,
there you got it. He don't know how they can live. Vampires live forever, motherfucker. Let's go.
Why this hatred towards BRICS? Well, the fact is, it's not new. Even before taking office, Donald Trump had attacked BRICS. He called it an anti-American bloc. He also issued a threat to BRICS nations. Don't challenge the US dollar. If you try, you will face 100% tariffs. That's what Trump said. And while this approach is new, the objective is not. Washington sees BRICS as a challenge to the US-led order. They feel it will undermine the US dollar and the Western economic system. So no US president would like to see the BRICS thrive. Like I said, the only difference is the approach. Other presidents tried to weaken the bloc's unity. How? Through divide and conquer. They built close ties with founding members of BRICS, countries like India and Brazil. But Donald Trump is doing the opposite. His highest tariffs have been imposed on India and Brazil, 50% on both nations, which makes you wonder, what is the strategy? Is Trump unwittingly boosting BRICS? Well, we have to say the signs are all there. Yesterday, BRICS leaders held a virtual summit. It was convened by Brazil's President Lula da Silva. Other heads of state also attended, like President Putin of Russia, President Xi Jinping of China, President Ramaphosa of South Africa, President El-Sisi of Egypt, President Pezeshkian of Iran, and President Subianto of Indonesia. Interestingly, Prime Minister Modi of India did not attend. In his place, Foreign Minister Jaishankar represented India. This meeting was convened to discuss Trump's tariffs. BRICS nations face the worst of it. India and Brazil, like I said, face 50%, China and South Africa 30%, Indonesia 19%, which is why they gathered to discuss a joint response. Jaishankar did not mention the tariffs, but he called for fair and transparent trade.
The world, as a collective, is seeking a stable and predictable environment for trade and investment. At the same time, it is imperative that economic practices are fair, transparent, and to everyone's benefit.
Others were more blunt. Lula accused Trump of using tariff as blackmail. He said the US was meddling in domestic affairs. Ramaphosa also criticized the unilateral tariffs. He said that they would hurt the global south. And Xi Jinping? Well, he took the opportunity to push for alternatives. Xi called for building an open global economy.
No matter how the international situation changes, we must remain steadfast in promoting the building of an open global economy, sharing opportunities and achieving win-win results through openness.
So what is the BRICS plan? They know that Trump is not de-escalating. He's shutting off the US market to BRICS exports. So the bloc is looking at alternatives like increasing trade within the BRICS market. And on paper, it should work. After all, the BRICS countries make up 56% of the global population. They also make up 44% of global GDP. So technically, they can cushion the tariff impact. What they need is political will. Until now, that was missing. India had its own reservations about BRICS. They felt it was becoming a Chinese club. The question is, have those reservations been addressed? Well, yes and no. India is certainly rekindling with China. It is also boosting its partnership with Russia. But the old concerns remain, which is why Prime Minister Modi did not attend yesterday's BRICS meeting. Of course, that could still change. If Trump does not relax the tariff pressure, if his officials do not stop the daily attacks, then India may shed its ambivalence. For years, BRICS struggled to find relevance and unity. Now it may have found the catalyst in Donald Trump.
First post now available in 9 languages on YouTube.
Okay, there you have it. Be warned. That is what is going on in our administration. So now let's get to our main story. Now, we know that the first black governor of the Fed, Lisa Cook, 4547, said she was being fired because allegedly she said both of her homes were marked as her primary residency. Okay. So that's what was said about Lisa Cook. This is from what is his name? Uh, I forget his name. Who's over housing, over the FHA housing, and what is his name? He come to find out, he is a Nepo baby as well. He comes from a family of builders. I will get his name in the story. I've talked about him before. Now, I would be remiss if there are not three people actually in 4547's administration who have checked the boxes multiple times of multiple properties being their primary properties. But I must also tell you, who is it? I believe it's his own parents have also checked the box of three properties being their own primary properties. I think it's his parents. I think it is his parents. Three properties. Let's understand that there is no investigation into them. However, the Bimbo Justice Department has decided to put in an investigation about Lisa Cook. Why is this important? Because of Lisa, there are 7 governors on the Fed. If Lisa now 4547 has already appointed one Fed chair. Now, so he's trying to get one of his employees to fill her seat temporarily. I let you see the confirmation hearing. He said he will not quit his job with 4547. He will just go on leave because the job is only 4.5 months. And if the job goes any longer, then he will quit the job. Now, the Fed is supposed to be independent of the president. They are supposed to make all of their assertions and all of their moves based on reality and not be influenced by any politics. So now he has already appointed one who quit. Now he's looking to appoint a sycophant in Lisa's Cook spot. So that's not going to happen for now. So we have to understand that this Supreme Court has been doing some real fuck shit around here. The Supreme Court has ruled, even though a judge ruled in California that they cannot racially profile people, ICE cannot racially profile people. This is what is so crazy about this Supreme Court ruling as well. They said that the ICE cannot profile people based on their looks, where they work, their nationality, the languages they speak. However, in this Charlie Kirk fashion, schools can discriminate against people. The same thing that they say that they cannot do in policing when people went all the way up to the Supreme Court to complain about colleges. They said colleges did have that right. Didn't have that right, but the Supreme Court does, as in affirmative action, as in that thing that Charlie Kirk was talking about has been overturned. So you cannot use race as a metric when it comes to being educated, but you can use race as a metric when it comes to being arrested and your rights violated. This is the same Supreme Court. So no, we cannot look at your race if you want to do better, but if you want to go to jail, hey, we can just look at your race. Okay, so I don't know why I digressed it all the way back there. Bill Putte. Bill Putte is his name, who has reported Lisa Cook, and the bimbo is investigating her. Now, here is an article in Politico stating why she will not be losing her job. Let me share with you this article about a judge has blocked. Judge blocks 4547 bid to fire Lisa Cook from Federal Reserve Board. A federal law gives 4547 to fire members of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors for cause, which typically means serious misconduct or malfeasance on the job. Okay, let me, I need to enlarge this a little bit. Okay, here we go. 4547 bid to fire Lisa Cook, a member of the Federal Reserve Board, is likely illegal and she must be immediately reinstated, a federal judge ruled Tuesday. U.S. District Judge Gia Cobb concluded that 4547's effort to fire Cook over allegations of mortgage fraud that predated her time on the federal board violated the federal law meant to insulate the interest rate setting body from political pressure. Only Cook's conduct on the job could be grounds for removal. Cobb's rule. Now, let's I would be remiss if I did not tell you Lisa Cook is a very highly educated woman, and the first black woman to sit in this position, and I would not be remiss if I did not tell you, if you don't already know, that black women have overwhelmingly been the highest number of people who have lost their jobs in this administration. The decision triggers a high-stakes appeal court battle that is likely to quickly land at the Supreme Court, because we know that the Supreme Court takes every fucking emergency call that 4547 asks them to do, and we know that they are on the shadow docket. So what the shadow docket means that they don't even have to have any hearings on these cases that they take during the shadow docket. You know, one person they come and argue in front of the Supreme Court. I think they may take some briefs, but they don't even have to give a written opinion about why they ruled the way they rule in this shadow docket of the Supreme Court. Just in case you didn't know. That overruling of a judge that they could not racially profile, that they just ruled and gave no explanation for their ruling. Okay, let's continue. The decision triggers a high-stake appeals court battle that is likely to quickly land in the Supreme Court. The justices have repeatedly endorsed the 4547 efforts to fire powerful federal regulators and policymakers, but the justices have also signaled, what does that mean? That they view the Fed as a unique, quasi-private institution that may be entitled to more independence than other agencies housed within the executive branch. Federal law gives 4547 the power to fire members of the Federal Reserve Board of Governors for cause, which typically means serious misconduct or malfeasance on the job. 4547 said he had good cause to fire Cook due to allegations that she claimed in separate mortgage application that two different homes were her primary residence, which can entitle a homeowner to lower rates. But Cobb, a Biden appointee, called the mortgage allegation a weak, unproven claim that cannot justify Cook's summary termination. Cook has denied that she committed mortgage fraud, allowing 4547 to unlawfully remove Governor Cook on unsubstantiated and vague allegations would endanger the stability of our financial system and undermine the rule of law. Cook's lawyer, Abby Lowell, said in a statement, Governor Cook will continue to carry out her sworn duties as a Senate-confirmed board governor. And their next meeting to determine if they are going to slash interest prices will be this coming Wednesday. So she will be on her job, doing her job. Now, slashing the interest has been a big bone that 4547 has against Jerome Powell, the Fed chair, because he is saying that he needs to slash the interest prices. He needs to slash to prop up his failing economy. That is why. So then he went on to try to fire this governor who has a vote and 7-3. Is it 7-3? I don't know what the makeup of the governor's board is, but I know that there are only 7, and one has retired and or taken another job, and Lisa Cook is who he set his sights on, the black woman, of course. Okay, now unless a higher court blocks Cobb's decision, Cook may participate in the Fed's interest rate setting meeting next week. So let's see if the Supreme Court is going to rush to take this up before Wednesday of next week, so Cook can't participate in the interest rate setting meeting next week, when the central bank is expected to vote to lower interest rate in response to a weakening labor market. They are supposed to set the interest rate based on facts. A White House spokesman, Kush Desani, called Trump's firing Cook lawful and insisted that it improved accountability for the Fed. Accountability. Go figure. The president determined that there was cause to remove a governor who was credibly accused of lying in financial documents from a highly sensitive position overseeing financial institution, Desi said. The removal of a governor for cause improves the Federal Reserve Board's accountability and credibility for both the markets and the American people. Bullshit. The Federal Reserve official declined to comment. Let me see. Let me see. Where did I see? I want to be sure of who in his family is accused of doing the same thing. Okay, hold on. Cobb noted in her ruling Tuesday that the 4547 administration conceded that the for cause protection meant Fed members could not be fired over policy agreements, but she rejected the Justice Department claim that the courts had no role in reviewing the legality of such firing. This cannot be the case. Such a rule would provide no practical insulation for the members of the Board of Governors, the judge wrote. So they were saying they can fire anybody that they choose to, and they could not take them to court for being fired for bogus reason, whatever. You cannot go to court about your firing. This is what your administration wants people to believe, that you can be fired for no reason at all. I guess the Board of Governors is an at will board. give me a fucking break. Cobb also said that the administration use of social media to air the allegations about Cook rather than a more formal notice to her likely violated the Constitution's requirements that the government employee be accorded due process before being ousted from their position. The court is highly doubtful that Cook should have been required to piece together the evidentiary basis for a for-cause removal from a scattered assortment of social media posts and news article, Cobbs wrote. Even if the notice provided had been sufficient, Cook's due process rights were nevertheless likely violated because she was not given a meaningful opportunity to be heard. Cobb also warned that the efforts to politically interfere with the Fed could damage the nation's economy, quoting the constitutional experts who warned that such interference could have harmful, perhaps even disastrous consequences. The mortgage fraud allegations were leveled by the director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, William Pulte. William Pulte comes from a family of, this is me saying this, William Pulte comes from a family of housing developers. If you Google Pulte Homes, it is the third largest home builders in the United States. That's where he come from, a Nepo baby who inherited by hook or by crook all of his wealth from his grandfather who started the company, and strangely enough, when he passed away, court papers show that he was the only one who inherited anything from this grandfather who started this company. So letting you know that court papers show that he was the only one who inherited, lets you know that some other people had taken that to court. But that's what court papers show. Okay. Trump has spent his okay. A Trump appointee who in recent months made similar claims of fraud against some Trump's political adversaries. Adam Schiff, the prosecutor who Letitia James, to the point where she's being her house is I showed you the story where the what is that other fool's name is out there taking pictures of her house, standing in front of her house, a whole clown show trying to embarrass her. Yes indeed, she successfully prosecuted 47 as the, I think she is the DA in the I forget what district of the Southern District of New York, I believe it is. Okay. They have all called the allegations suspicious and politically motivated, but the president has seized on them to tag his rivals as criminals. 47 has spent his second term testing the limits of his power to remove agencies' heads and members of independent boards and commissions that Congress intended to protect from termination without cause. The Supreme Court has generally sided with him, concluding that the president is owed enormous deference to determine the leadership and policy direction of agency housed within the executive branch, even if Congress had intended them to remain independent. However, Cook is the first test 47 claim to fire an official for cause, and whether the courts may second guess or challenge his allegations against Cook, a Biden appointee who is just 3 years into a 14-year term. Cook contends that the mortgage fraud allegation is a thinly veiled pretext for 47 to seize more control over the crucial interest rate settling board, whose decisions he has long maligned. And 47 allies said that the outcome of his move to fire Cook could inform whether he makes a similar bid to remove the board's chair, Jerome Powell, whom 4547 has repeatedly attacked. So that is the story on Lisa Cook. Now, I also had a video about that. Oh, no. It is not a video. Now, let's see what his co-workers on the Hill thinks of Apote. I have another story about him that I would like to share with you. Let's see what now. You understand? Pote is the one who Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, got into a big rift with, and they were acting like some ghetto fools at the White House, some big party that they had at that fucked up looking Rose Garden that 4547 is said that it's for his special guest. He's a nut. Hill Republicans sour on 4547 housing official Bill Pulte. Let me share this story with you. Oh, I am sharing it. Let's see what is in this story. Republican lawmakers privately say that they are fed up with the outspoken federal housing finance agency director. And Scott Bessent told him, "Hey, we can take it outside." He turned "take it outside, bitch" on Bill Pulte. This is the one who is rummaging through 4547's adversaries' mortgage papers and saying that they are committing crimes. Okay. Republicans on Capitol Hill are privately expressing growing discontent with a top Trump administration housing official who has thrust himself to the center of the president's campaign against the Federal Reserve. Bill Pulte has parlayed a niche regulatory job, director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency, into celebrity status within 4547's orbit by becoming one of his most ferocious social media attack dogs. But his antics are aggravating some of the more established figure around 4547, most notably Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who threatened to punch Pulte in the face in a private dinner last week in Washington that Ronnie Hugh told you about. Now some Republican lawmakers are privately celebrating Bessent's move to stand up to him. "I think he's a nut," one House Republican said of Pulte. Like others in this story, the lawmaker was granted anonymity to speak candidly about the sensitive dynamics within the 4547 administration. The guy is just a little too big for his britches, said one GOP lawmaker who sits on the House Financial Service Committee, which oversees housing policy for the FHFA. I've got great respect for Bessent for taking him on. An FHFA spokesperson said in a statement in response to a request for comment for this story, lobbyists and anonymous sources will not deter Director Pulte from working with the entire administration to ensure a competitive, safe, and sound mortgage market. The frustration among some of Capitol Hill's illustrate unease over 4547 aggressive campaign against top Fed officials. It was Pulte who first lodged mortgage fraud allegations against Fed Gov. Lisa Cook that 4547 later used to fire her. And Pulte, like Trump, has relentlessly attacked Fed Chair Jerome Powell for his handling of monetary policies and the expensive renovations to the central bank's Washington headquarters. I showed y'all a clip of that where Trump tried to throw in overruns for a building that had been built 5 years prior. Come out of his pocket with some bullshit, and Jerome Powell was like, "What are you talking about? That building was built 5 years ago. That's not a part of this budget." It also highlights the support Besson holds from the rank and file Hill Republicans, who see him as a key stabilizing force on economic policy within the 45-47 administration. The Treasury Secretary threatened to punch Pote and sought to have him kicked out of the dinner last week after he heard that the FHFA chief had badmouthed him to 45-47. They in the White House getting crunk. Somebody take that fucking alcohol off the tape. I would have done the same. A third House Republican lawmaker said Besson also challenged some of Elon Musk's aggressive cost-cutting efforts. And we remember Elon Musk showed up on his last day of work with a black eye. And that is allegedly attributed by Scott Besson. He may be a homo, but he ain't no homo. Okay. Okay. Okay, let me see. He earned praise from lawmakers when he privately assured them in February that Doge was not in control of a sensitive treasury payment system that Musk was trying to gain access to. Republican Dan Munster, who chairs the House Financial Service Oversight Committee, praised Pute's works for ethic and stressed unity on Trump's 45-47 agenda, but he signaled that he favors Besson's approach. I am always in line with where the president wants to go. I believe Pute is as well, he said. I know Secretary Besson is, and that's where my loyalty lies. Your loyalty should be with the country, but that's where his loyalty lies. With the president and with Secretary Besson. Okay. I think he's the adult in the room. The first House Republican said of Besson, every time things come up, the Treasury Secretary seems to be the one that's most grounded in reality, the one with the business, the one that the business community, I think, can go to bed at night knowing that he understands the need to have our markets be predictable to lend with certainty. Okay. Nothing about the American people's budgets. Let me see. Where did I hear? Okay. Some House Republicans support Pote's and his aggressive campaign against 45-47 perceived enemies. In addition to leading the charge against Powell and Cook, Pote also accused Senator Adam Schiff, Democrat of California, and New York Attorney General. She's the Attorney General. Letitia James, both foes. He accused them both of mortgage fraud. I think he's doing a great job. Byron Donalds, he's a lick ass, so we know he had lick ass statement. Let me see. I can't find it. I don't know. I wanted to see where he has direct family members who has been. Let me see if I can Google it. Let me see. I think it's his father. I'm gonna try to find it for you once, because I don't want y'all to believe that I'm lying. Let me see. Let me see. Huffington Post. That is where I saw it too. I have found the article. Let me share this with you. So we are all on task about the bullshit that they are putting out about this black woman. It is my job to give you information that you may be able to use. The Huffington Post. Am I sharing it? Yes, I am sharing this. Here we go. Bill Pulte accused federal, oh God. Please don't tell me you're behind a paywall. Bill Pulte accused federal governor Lisa Cook of fraud. His relatives filed similar housing claim after being contacted by Rutgers. Tax officials in Michigan revoked the homestead exemption on Pulte's father's residence there. Now, this is where Jerome Powell, if you don't remember me sharing this with you, this is a hoop where Trump tries to say that the overruns that they are doing in the Fed are way more than they are, and he added another building. Let's look at this. I have to look at a commercial. Okay. 3, 2. I hope there's only one commercial. Let's revisit this.
So we're taking a look, and it looks like it's about 3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
Yeah, I haven't heard that from anybody at the Fed.
Yeah, it just came out.
Our notes had it about 3.1 as well.
3.1,
3.2. This came from us?
Yes.
And you got old Rudy with his lips pulled. I heard about 3.1. I heard about 3.1 as well.
I don't know who does that.
You're including the Martin renovation. You just added our entire capital. Yeah, you just added in a third building. Is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no, but it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
It's part of the overall work.
But
so.
It's not new.
Jerome Powell's been very bad for our country. We should have the lowest interest rate on earth, and we don't. He just refuses to do it. You talk to the guy, it's like talking to nothing. It's like talking to a chair. No personality, high intelligence, no nothing. I told him he's doing a very bad job. He's way late. That's why I call him too late. Jerome Powell.
No high intelligence, but he was intelligent enough to see the bullshit that you thought that you was gonna pull on him with a warp speed, I'd say. Okay, Bloomfield Township, Michigan, September 5th. Rutgers, close relatives of the federal official who has accused a Federal Reserve governor of improperly claiming primary residence on 2 properties have declared the same status on 2 homes in 2 different states. Public record show. Mark and Julie Pulte, the father and stepmother of Bill Pulte, President 4547 appointee as director of the Federal Housing Finance Agency since 2020, have claimed so-called homestead exemptions for residents in wealthy neighborhoods in both Michigan and Florida, according to the records. The exemption is meant to give a discount to homeowners on taxes for properties they use as primary residence. Let's see what else. Local tax officials in both states told Rutgers that claiming more than one home as a primary resident isn't generally allowed in their jurisdictions and could be punishable by fines or back taxes. After Rutgers contacted tax official in Bloomfield Township, Michigan, to inquire about the dual claims, Duran Kratz, director of the assessing Director of Assessing on Thursday said that the township, as of today, would revoke the exemption of Polte's residents there. According to the public real estate records and a resident at the Michigan House on Thursday evening, the home was rented out by the Poltes this year, a move that also violate rules for the exemption. Revised tax bill will be issued to the Poltes, including all applicable penalties and interest. Pratt said in an email. He did not respond to a follow-up question about the value of any payment, and now due the Rutgers could not determine the precise figure for previous tax payments they have made. So, officials in Florida citing the claim exemption in the state is older, said any conflict with the second exemption would need to be addressed in Michigan. Rutgers was unable to reach Mark Julie Polte for comment. Representative at Mark's Polte Business and a Polte Foundation didn't respond to phone calls or emails seeking a commentary for this story. Officials at the FHFA and federal agency led by Bill Polte didn't respond to requests for a comment. I thought that he wanted to ensure that there was no mortgage fraud under his watch. You mean he didn't even respond? The news agency was unable to reach him otherwise. There we go. Let me drop this link in my chat. So rules for you don't apply to me. We're going to make this black woman lose her job based on the words of this person whose own father is doing what she is accused of doing. No proof, nothing done about it. No time to see any allegations against her. Now she's just out of a job. You're fired. You get out of here. Get out of here. Okay, they thought they did it. They tried it. This is who she lost her job on his word. Now, if y'all didn't know, I definitely no, it wasn't HUD. It's the FHFA. They are over not he's over not HUD. He's over Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. That is what he's over. So, yeah, not Scott Turner, not HUD. This is over people who buying that shit. So, let me make sure there is nothing else. I definitely wanted to get to that. Stealing. Let's end with this. I know y'all heard about the DOJ person who works far up in the DOJ, who said that 4547 was the Justice Department is trying to eliminate all Republican names from the Epstein files and only leave Democrat operatives in the file. Who did he say this to? He said this to a bitch that he encountered for the first time on a dating app. Let me share this with you, just in case you guys may not have heard about this. I don't think that they are trying to talk about this too much. I haven't seen it on regular news, but hey, I'm not a regular news gal. If I don't see it when my husband is watching his horrid news, I won't see it. Let me see. Here we go. Now, what's his name? O'Keefe. He is a the reporter who got this, James O'Keefe. Let's not forget James O'Keefe is a whole butt wipe who came out with all those lies and allegations against Acorn, a black group that went out and signed up voters and made sure black voters were registered to vote. So then he came out with lies about Acorn, and Acorn was just demonized in the press, and I don't even think Acorn is even in existence anymore. But they have won millions of dollars from the lies about their agency, which have been proven to be lies. But unfortunately, it has dismantled one of the agencies that did great things in registering black people. So now, since he has been sued for being for making fake stories, he has come up with this way of catching people, the got you type of shit. Now, understand that the Justice Department has also came out and actually said that this did happen. It's not like it's a fake video. They are actually trying to answer to it and saying this man would have no way of knowing the things that he told this woman because he doesn't even work in this department. He would have no way of knowing. Colleagues don't talk amongst themselves in the Department of Justice. No one has any way of knowing what he you will see on camera that he told this woman that he met off of a dating site. You will see him
senior official in the Department of Justice who was out on what he thought was a date off of a dating app, telling his date that the Department of Justice was redacting names of Republicans, leaving just Democrats in there in order to hurt Democrats and help Republicans. He also admitted that the reason that Ghislaine Maxwell was moved to her low minimum security prison camp, Fed spa, was to reward her, to ensure that she didn't speak up. Not because she did speak, but to encourage her not to go after Donald Trump. And what is the Department of Justice doing about it? Some sort of half-hearted apology saying the guy doesn't know anything, that even though he's the acting deputy chief of staff and the enforcement operations, that he doesn't really know anything, that's not really what's happening. He's not involved. And now they've had to apologize because it looks like they're manipulating the Epstein files. If you thought Pam Bondi, the attorney general, was on thin ice before, you hear that cracking sound? That's her dropping through the ice. I'm Michael Popak. Of course, I've got the receipts. I've got the video that O'Keefe Media Group. O'Keefe used to be the founder of Project Veritas, which used to go after Democrats, by the way. But now going through the dating apps and finding people like this guy, Joe Schmidt. How much longer is he going to be at the Department of Justice based on this reporting?
Okay, let me, he's enjoying himself a little bit about this story. Let's get to the video. Okay, this link is in my description box. I think it's the next to the last link.
Well, those files do exist.
Yeah, thousands and thousands of pages of files. They'll redact every Republican or conservative person in those files, leave all the liberal Democratic people in those files.
Did they visited that Maxwell person?
Yeah.
And also involved?
Got transferred to a minimum security prison too recently, which is against BOP policy because she's a convicted sex offender. They're off for
BOP is Bureau of Prison. It's against Bureau of Prisons policies.
or something to keep it on.
And what do you do for work here?
I work for the Department of Justice.
Okay.
Been there like 23 years. I'm an analyst. I'll be acting deputy chief of our office for a few months starting next week. I work closely with like all the federal law enforcement agencies and the U.S. attorney's offices, the prosecutors and stuff. The thing is, it's interesting because I do deal with so many of the agencies, like the Bureau of Prisons, the Marshal Service, the FBI, U.S. attorney's offices. You know, internally, there's a lot of, even within the administration, there's internal conflict.
Okay.
Like the head of FBI really wants it. Second in command at FBI has been like causing problems because he's like, no, these have to be released.
Yeah. So the FBI wants them out.
Yep, the top two guys that will do that.
And Bonnie does it.
I don't know what Bonnie wants. Bonnie wants whatever Trump wants.
Sure.
She's super desperate.
Do you think like the stuff with Epstein will actually get released or not at all?
If it does, it'll be heavily redacted and his name won't be in it.
Okay. So not only does he admit what we always thought was going on, that they're
Okay. I'll play this one more time with the closed captioned on out of their own mouths. This is what meritocracy looks like. Remember, Charlie Kirk said people should have their jobs based upon their merit. This is what it looks like in 4547's administration. Let's go.
Thousands and thousands of pages of files. They'll redact every Republican or conservative person in those files, leave all the liberal Democratic people in those files.
I think they visited that Maxwell person.
Yeah.
And also involved.
Got transferred to a minimum security prison too recently, which is against BOP policy because she's a convicted sex offender. They're offering her something to keep it on.
And what do you do for work here?
I work for the Department of Justice.
Okay.
Been there like 23 years. I'm an analyst. I'll be acting deputy chief of our office for a few months starting next week. I work closely with like all the federal law enforcement agencies and the U.S. attorney's offices, the prosecutors and stuff. The thing is, it's interesting because I do deal with so many of the agencies, like the Bureau of Prisons, the Marshal Service, the FBI, U.S. attorney's offices. You know, internally, there's a lot of, even within the administration, there's internal conflict.
Okay.
Like the head of FBI really wants it. Second in command at FBI has been like causing problems because he's like, no, these have to be released.
Yeah. So the FBI wants them out.
Yep, the top two guys that will do that.
And Bonnie does it.
I don't know what Bonnie wants. Bonnie wants whatever Trump wants.
Sure.
She's super desperate.
Do you think like the stuff with
I don't know what Bondi wants. Bondi wants whatever 4547 wants. She's a yes person. Let's give it up for merit. Our Attorney General. Let's give it up for merit. Going around and acting as if you're black, you have none. What is it? Thoughts and prayers. Okay, so this is the last thing I want to share with you on today, as I have given out all of my thoughts and prayers. Let's go here. And I appreciate all of you coming out. If there is something that you would like to share with somebody, share this information. I think that it is quite important information. I hope they show the picture in here. Okay, so we know that 4547 is a convicted criminal, but let's see how he always, everything is wrong, is Biden's fault. It's because of Biden. Biden did that. Biden did this. So why isn't he saying that Biden did this? Why is he trying to take Biden's credit on something that he stop financing. But the financing that Biden has done is being put to work right now. Hold on. Oh my goodness.
Saying that it would be harmful to the United States of America.
Oh my God. I hate when they start on silent. Okay.
2021, despite trying to kill the bill, saying that it would be harmful to the United States of America. Signs like these are now popping up across the country, according to the New York Times. This one is at the Seattle Rail Yard Modernization Project. And as you can see, it says President Donald Trump rebuilding America's infrastructure. But if you look right below it, it says funded by the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. That's the infrastructure bill that was passed by President Biden and Democrats several years ago, providing one of the largest infrastructure investments in America's history. And Donald Trump didn't like it when it passed, actually trying to lobby lawmakers to essentially not pass the bill. But now he is taking credit for the bill and for the impacts of the bill. And more people need to know about it because this is popping up not just in Seattle, but across the country, in Maryland and elsewhere. Spread the word. I'll do a full breakdown on my Substack, linked in bio. Subscribe for free. And as always, follow along, stay up to date on all the news you need to know about. More to come soon. We have some news right now, and surprisingly, Donald Trump is taking credit for President Biden's infrastructure bill that was passed in 2021, despite trying to kill the bill, saying that it would be harmful to the United States of America. Signs like these are now popping up.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you heard all of it. Thank you guys for coming out and catching up on the news with me. I appreciate you all. Please be sure you hit the like button, share, well, you already subscribed if you are in here. So I appreciate your support. Have a great and wonderful remainder of your night. I'm out of here. Bye-bye.